Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen and Speedway lovers alike. We are here at the Woodford Glen Family Speedway. Oh my gosh, the North Island has invaded. They've unfortunately brought Stu Russell with them. Here we are, Stu, for the Battle of the Stocks. I believe we are the 31st running of this meeting.
How good, the 31st running, and I'm losing my virginity this weekend with my first ever Battle of the Stocks. So it's really exciting to be here. This is an awesome event. Only time I was down here, Malcolm Ngātai won the New Zealand Superstock Champs, so I can't wait to see what all the fun and excitement of Battle of the Stocks is all about.
This is one of the best meetings that I attend through the year. Now, the reason being is because it's a real feel-good meeting. It's not a title meeting. The drivers are a little bit more relaxed. There is a lot on the line, of course, with these stock car drivers and their pride and egos, of course. But it is a really nice feel-good meeting. Now, what we've just seen and what you guys would have seen live as well is the pairings of the super stock drivers and the stock car drivers. So we'll quickly go through what happens there. Stu, I might leave that one to you because you're really good with all the facts and numbers.
Okay, so they've been given dispensation to run 32 cars this weekend for Battle of the Stocks with the super stocks and the stock cars. So how it worked in there just before, we had the 16 South Island super stock competitors, 16 South Island stock car competitors, all went up, picked a mug. Mm-hmm. On the bottom of that mug, it had a North Island race number on it, and that's their pair for the weekend. So both the supers and the stock cars done that. Now, in the past, you would have seen the pairings start next to each other on the grid. That's not happening this season. They've changed it up, spiced it up again, and it's going to be completely random as to where you start compared to your pairing. So front, middle, back grids, mm-hmm. but completely random as to where you start compared to your pair. The other cool part about it, and this is going to come a little bit later on, is Superstock, as I say, North Island and South Island paired up, Stock Car, Christchurch and everyone else paired up. But there's another little twist in here that Top 10 have put on the line here, and it's called the Super Pairing. And it's a Superstock competitor is paired up with a Stock Car competitor. Now, how they decide those pairings, I have no idea. So they had a way that it was told to us, but it's changed. And the lap scoring girls are fully in charge of it. It's going to be an absolute surprise to us until, I guess, we're given paperwork later on with the rest of the pairings. But I think that's quite cool. So obviously not in the same race. Completely random. They're going to have super stock and a stock car driver paired up throughout the weekend. That's going to be cool as well.
Yeah, that's a nice little plot twist. I think that'll keep everyone on their toes and guessing what's happening. Like I say, feel good meeting. It's all about the fun and enjoyment and bringing all of these drivers together so they can do well. Let's talk really quickly about some of the pairs. My one to watch this weekend, holy smoke, 808 Scott Tennant paired up with 5G Josh Prentice.
I knew we'd get one.
I'm just going to let that land right there.
Well, hey, look, he's won this event a fair few times. Malcolm Ngātai, the 19C, he's paired up with the 2NZ of Ethan Levine this weekend, and Ethan actually made the comment in there. He goes, oh, well, we might as well load up and grab the trophy now. So they're quietly confident between the two of them, which is quite fun. But like you say, feel-good meeting. Yep. Everyone's on a buzz that's so far today. A couple of other pairings out there. Looking through, Jaden Ward paired up with Adam Joblin. Yes. Jay Holtham paired up with Simon Joblin. The 52 of Scott Joblin's paired up with the 10C of Mike Hislop. Yep. I don't have the list in front of me, but there's I'm still trying to get used to some of these South Island Christchurch drivers as well. But yeah, we'll get the pairings out, and I'm sure we'll put them up.
It doesn't matter how hard the job is, we suck it up and get it done. No matter how dirty our hands have to get, we suck it up and get it done. Suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. Out for suck's sake, suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. Out for suck's sake, suck it up.
Suck it up and get it done with suckitup.co.nz. Everyone has accidents, but thankfully, there is always someone there that can help fix your problem. Fraser and the team from Elite Wheels in Christchurch can put your wheels back to the way they should be with state-of-the-art equipment and operators that will have you back motoring in no time. Custom fabrications is their specialty, from wheel manufacturing and whitening to suspension manufacturing and modification. Elite Wheels have you sorted. Elite Wheels is also the preferred repairer for all major insurance companies. Drop down and see the team at Elite Wheels, 240 Annex Road, Christchurch.
Yeah, I got the 7C. I got Riley Evans, mate. Gold Star Riley. Good to see the retro kit on. You got the retro T-shirt, mate. Mate, tell us a little bit about this design here, because it's pretty special, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty iconic car, especially in the South Island. Blaine Blythe run this for a long time back when I was a kid. So, yeah, thought I'd do something for someone who probably hasn't had the recognition they deserve. So, yeah, big thank you to Blaine for everything he's done for not only me, but everyone else in Speedway. He does a lot for people in motorsport in general in Canterbury. So, yeah, no, it's something a bit for him, and hopefully fans love it. And I think it's fucking wicked, eh?
You're shocking at talking into a microphone too. Yeah, you're terrible. But hey, look, it's primo. You're one of I think. Well, if we look through, I know Ethan's got a throwback kit sort of thing, but you're I think one of the only retro cars out there. So it's pretty cool to see it taking off slowly, isn't it?
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, I won't lie, I was hoping a few more people would do it, but what didn't happen. So, but yeah, we fully committed to it. White fronts, white rears, full kit. So yeah, we're real happy with how it's turned out.
Hey mate, hey, all the best for the weekend, and let's see what Utter Chaos can do for the weekend, eh?
Yeah, exactly. If not, we'll be prowling on the pole lines probably. So yeah, always a bit of fun.
That's the one. Bianca's got she's got Big Sexy down there.
Oh,
James Thine.
Big Sexy, okay. I commonly known as James Thine. James, welcome again to Christchurch. You've come down from Wellington. You do drive with the C on the car, but spending a lot of time in the big spun now.
Yeah, spending a lot of time up there just for work reasons, and I quite enjoy it because Dad does all the work on the car, so I just fly down and drive it.
Don't you love that? Fly down, drive, leave.
Yeah, he calls me the Stig, so it's all right. We'll take that.
Hey, you're paired up with a beauty this weekend. Of course, you're paired with Dale Stewart from Rotorua. He's come all the way down. Long way to come for anything other than winning, so it's a really good pairing by my books.
Yeah, definitely. Quite happy with that. I actually had 240s in the first race, which I won. I pretty much spun myself out once, and he was the guy that saved me. So I owe him a beer for that. I haven't given it to him, but you surely will be celebrating this weekend.
Funny you say that, because I did hear you say I owe you a beer when you're doing the draws, and I thought, I wonder what that's about. Now we know.
Yeah. So I gave him the glass. We'll fill it up later on.
Good on you. Hey, good luck. Your car is looking absolutely fabulous. So it gets the Best Presented Car Tick Award from me, that's for sure. Well done.
Yeah, sweet. Thank you. A lot of it comes down to the Glenn, who basically made it, and then Dad upkeeping with all the CRC and everybody else who sponsors me. And thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks mint. Good luck for this weekend, James.
Thank you.
I think the man who made that car look so good here, Bredo Lennon, mate, you've made a lot of these cars look so good, including even Riley's and things like that. So, we've got to go this way. We'll stand in front of James's car. He stood in front of your car. We'll stand in front of James's. But mate, there's you've done a lot of these liveries down the field. That must be pretty proud to see some cars come to life that you've put together on the computer. Yeah.
Yeah, I do love it. It's obviously hard work, but seeing the final product and then coming to meetings like this where you get to see all the cars here looking cool, it's it's really I really love it. So always like a childhood dream to make race cars look cool. So now that I'm doing it, it's awesome.
And you get to race them, of course, the 4C Superstock, mate. Who did you draw out for your best pair this weekend?
I got Trent James, so yeah, no, we're happy with that. He's obviously pretty quick up north, so it's it's cool.
Awesome, mate. Hey, she's a tight one, Battle of the Stocks, and it's a cool event, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely a different beast to anything else. Obviously, racing fields of 26 cars, but adding another 6 to it, just I don't know, it makes it's so hectic here. Like going down the back straight with like 3-4 wide is it's scary, and it's a lot of adrenaline, and that's what makes it so much fun. So it's awesome. I'm so happy to be a part of it again, and can't wait.
Awesome, mate. Hey, we'll let you go chill out. Bianca's down there, and looks like she's going to start the prowl on the Joblin boys.
Yeah, I sure am. Hot skip and a jump from Scotty Tennant, because we couldn't actually find him. He wasn't in his trailer. So Adam Joblin, listen, now you've just come down last night. Tell us, did you have a good trip down? Because it's been a bit windy in the harbour lately.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Luckily, we were able to get a cabin on the boat last night, so we got a few hours shut-eye and didn't really notice if it was too rocky.
Yeah. Nice. Hey, you're paired up with Jaden Ward this weekend. Between you and Jaden, who do you think is feeling the most pressure now to perform?
Definitely me. Jaden's been the pinnacle of Superstock performers over the last few years, and so I definitely think that the pressure's on me to perform up to his standard this weekend.
Listen, I don't know. Jaden Ward's looking at you going, well, I don't know. I've got big boots to fill. He had a bit of a incident last night with his trailer, so it's the first time I've ever heard him nervous. Hopefully he didn't bring those nerves through to tonight.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm looking forward to it.
Hey, tell us, do you know how many times you've been down here racing for this the Battle of Stocks?
So I think I've been racing about 13 years in the Super Stocks now. I may have missed one when my daughter was born, and then I think the 1 year where it may have got cancelled with COVID. So I think this is my 11th possibly.
That's pretty good going. 11 out of the 31 that has actually been raced, and out of the 13 years that you've been racing. Tell us, is this one of your favourites because of it does have that different feel about it?
Oh yeah, definitely, and that's why we keep coming back. We're fortunate to obviously keep getting invited, and we'll always grab that invitation with open arms. And like you said, it's definitely a one of a kind meeting, and it's got a lot of history behind it now, and we're really excited to be here and hopefully put on a good show for the weekend.
Absolutely, I have no doubt that's exactly what will happen. But listen, glad that you made it safely. Please pass on our best wishes to your two brothers as well, who are chilling in the sun at the minute. Good luck, Adam. Have a great weekend.
Awesome, thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, I got Scott Tennant here. I know Bianca was looking for him, the 808, but when you know. So I've found him, Bianca. Anyway, Scotty T, mate, good to be back down here. Good to be at your home track. Big trek down from Hamilton these days or something, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm a local here, so you can see on the car. So this is where I'm from. So it's a nice quick run to the 20 hours or something. I don't know.
How many battles have you done now these days? It's you ticked up what, couple?
Yeah, 3 total. So I've done a two in the stock car previously, and this is my second in the super stock now. So it's a pretty cool meeting. I've always looked at it and been like, this would be cool to get into one day, and it's cool to be part of the Christchurch contingent and really represent. And it's one of those crown jewels I think for Woodford Glen, and they're always a big following here, so it's cool.
And I mentioned off air, your dad's obviously raced for years and years, Dave Tennant, but he never actually got to do one of these, did he?
No, he didn't. He's raced at Woodford Glen a few times and always liked it, and this is my favourite track. I love the place. And Gary Ellis, actually, when he was still with us, he was always like, this is the place, and Battle's real cool, and Hodge and obviously Ben and coming down here and doing it. So I've always looked at that and been like, that'll be cool to do one day, and I'm glad to be able to go out there and compete.
Hey mate, who'd you draw out this weekend?
Josh Prentice, so good old stock car fella. So I was pretty stoked with that pairing. So hopefully I can keep up with him.
That's the one. Hey mate, all the best for the weekend. And Bianca's got look at him. He's done a few battles, I guess. Simon Joblin.
Yeah, I was speaking to your brother just a moment ago. Now we're lucky enough to be speaking to you, Scott. Scott, we were just having a little bit of a chat about all the Joblin kids who are racing in the mini stocks at the minute and how well they're doing as well.
Yeah, they're going well. It's good to see that the kids coming through and enjoying it. So hopefully a bit more time in the seat and they'll get better.
I mean, that's what it's all about, isn't it? That seat time is so crucial, especially in a entry level, like learning grade, like the mini stocks. But I have been keeping my eye on them. They've been doing very well, especially Boston at the minute, who is representing our New Zealand team over in Perth right now. Yeah, so he seems to be going really well. I think his first race is tonight. So, so it'll be interesting to see. We'll live stream it when we get home tonight and watch him. Yeah, absolutely. Such a privilege to have such a synonymous name representing New Zealand. But Scott, you've come down with your two brothers down here. Can you tell us who your partner this weekend is?
My partner's Jay Holton.
Oh gosh, that's a pretty good partnering. You have to be happy with that.
Yeah, no, they're all quick cars down here now. So it's it's just whoever you get, you just got to make the most of it. Yeah, absolutely. And I've been telling everybody it's such a feel-good meeting because there's no, grudges brought on from any other meetings. There's smiles all around, and it's really good to see a South Island car paired with a North Island car. Yeah, it's it's just a meeting that we come down to and we enjoy it, and it's a quick trip down here. We turned up lunchtime today and we head home on Sunday. So it's just a good social meeting and good fast racing. Yeah. Well, we absolutely love that you make the trek down south anyway. But Simon, good luck for the weekend to all three of you actually, and of course to Boston. I don't know if he's watching or not, but if you are Boston, we do wish you luck. Yeah, very good. Thank you. Cheers. Right, we'll see if we can find Stu. Oh, he's right down in the W camp.
Yeah, we're making our way down. We just better move out. I'm getting a bit of feedback here, so we'll come over here. We got Keegan Levine. You're sporting your brother's new 2NZ merch, mate. That's pretty cool. But it's good to see that with Ethan having a new kit, you've stayed retro for retro round.
Yeah, I thought I'd do something a bit different. Turned out with no stickers on the wing, so that's my retro round. But yeah.
Hey mate, you've come down here as a new dad as well. That's pretty cool. Something a bit extra to race for these days.
Yeah, I guess we flew down this afternoon, so little one is only a week old and he's here, so we'll drag him with us.
Fly down all right?
Yeah, of course.
That's the one. Hey, we're talking as well. You boys have drawn both the Ngātai boys. You got Matt, and well, I guess Bianca will get through to Ethan, but he's got Malcolm. But that's I guess the two brothers together and the two brothers together. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty funny. He doesn't look like Malcolm, so I didn't pick that up straight away. But it's pretty cool. So we'll see what we can do tonight.
Awesome, mate. Hey, all the best for the weekend. I know Bianca's itching to talk to the new 2NZ, Mr. Ethan Levine.
I sure am. Ethan, firstly, I haven't congratulated you in such a long time for 2NZ. I also want to congratulate you for being such a great uncle to little Riley.
Yeah, he's not too bad, that little guy. I'm just teaching him a couple of tricks at the moment, but I don't quite think he understands what's going on yet, so I might have to wait a little bit longer before we show him the real tricks.
Yeah, listen, you and your brother, and actually you've got such a huge crew, have made the trek down from Wellington. You come down here, this is one of your favourite meetings, I do know that, because you've always had fun, but this year you're lucky enough to be teamed up with Malcolm Ngātai.
Yeah, with Malcolm, he's got a pretty good track record here, so hopefully if we finish all 6 races, we could be in a good shot. I've seen his collection he's got, and it's pretty impressive, but we might have to figure out a way to fit it in the truck.
Hey, tell us, you are wearing the new 2NZ merch. I just want to give a little plug. You are selling it down here this weekend?
Yep, we've bought some merchandise with us this weekend to sell. Get down here and support it, and hopefully we can see as many 2NZ merch tops walking around the pits as possible. It's probably going to be a bit cold this weekend, so come grab a hoodie.
I can absolutely confirm that I've been out of the sun for all of about 3 minutes and I am feeling quite cold. So I'm going to go get my hoodie on. But listen, if you can't get the hoodies here, you can buy them online.
Yep, so you can either just go on our Facebook page, and about the 2 posts ago is the merch post where you'll find the link. Or if you go on rapidracewear.shop, and it should be the top there, or go Park Racing filter and you'll see it.
Either way, we're in good hands. Hey, listen, wish you all the luck with Malcolm. It's going to be a lot of fun for you guys, I'm sure.
Yeah. It'll be a lot of fun. 2NZ's been a bit of a curse so far, though. We haven't had much luck, so hopefully we've turned it around this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I'll come and grab you for an interview later on in the weekend, but have a great weekend. Cheers.
Yeah, I'll grab, what number are you these days? 94R. There's that many of you at times. 94R Dale Stewart, mate. Welcome to Battle of Stocks. Your first, my first. How bloody cool's this?
Oh, it's awesome, mate. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, eh?
So, with it being such a prestigious event, how the heck do you actually get in? Is there a waiting list? What's the go there? How'd you manage to slot in?
No, I'm not too sure what the deal was there, eh? But I believe Eulenberg couldn't make it. So, yeah, I got the phone call and, I was like, yeah, I'm in. Yeah, I've always watched and always want to be there, so yeah.
Sweet, mate. Hey, have you done many laps around here at Woodford Glen?
Never, mate. First time crossing that ferry, eh? So, should be interesting. It'll be good.
First time racing South Island full stop?
Yeah, mate, yeah.
Oh, bloody awesome. Dale Stewart, awesome member of the Rotorua Rebels, mate. Hey, all the best for the weekend then. Enjoy the South Island adventure.
Cheers, mate. I'm sure it'll be good, eh?
Yeah, too much. I'm sure Alan McRobbie and AJ Axon's be watching as Bianca looks like she's got Kendall Ashton over there.
Yeah, I have. Sorry, Kendall. I've just cut her off halfway through a conversation because Stu told us, get a wriggle on, Bianca. But listen, Kendall Ashton, welcome back to Rotorua. No, welcome from Rotorua to Christchurch. You've had an awesome trip down here and you've made your way down with your partner as well.
Yeah, we have. He's just going to fill in this weekend for my brother Kyle because he's away at Sheldon's wedding. So, yeah.
Now listen, Sheldon Artapeti, for anyone who doesn't know, what he is doing getting married at Battle with the Stocks weekend is beyond me, but that's another conversation for another day.
Yeah, they did change the dates on us about 3 months after they were confirmed, so I can understand why.
Listen, it's Sheldon Artapeti. We still love you, Sheldon. You're one of our favourites, so we'll let you get away with this one. But listen, who is your partner this weekend?
44C. I think his name's Oliver Sutton. So yeah, looking forward to it. I've heard he's pretty good, so hopefully I can do well to get us some good points.
You always do well down here, Kendall. You come down and you just pedal along and you keep your nose clean, good clean racing. I do actually like your chances this weekend.
Yeah, fingers crossed it all goes well. Just got to finish all 6 races to be up there, so fingers crossed I can do that. And don't get too much damage. But yeah, just keep my nose clean and see what I can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I'll come back and we'll finish that conversation when we're off air. But have a great weekend and good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Look at this busy man over here signing autographs. There's a fan favourite of the South Island, the 95N, Alex Hill. Hey, that's cool when you get to do that sort of stuff, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, it's all about the fans and that, So no, yeah, you got the future of the sport and that hopefully one day, So yeah, you got to support them and give them the time. Yeah.
Right, representing the South, I tried to find your pairing, so let's first mention that. You're pairing back-to-back pairings, Quinn Ryan. That's pretty unique, isn't it?
Yeah, it's awesome, Yeah, he's a man of steel. He goes bloody good, and yeah, I didn't manage to hold up my part of the deal last year. I had some bad luck, some gearbox and a diff failure, and Quinn went away and one individual. So yeah, I'll be sure to redeem this year and go hard.
That's the one. Elbows up, and might be your turn to hit that individual top step, and I'm sure Quinn won't be too far behind you.
That's the plan, Go like hell, and finish 6 races, and hopefully sneak into that top 10 or top 12, and go like heck, and see where we pop out at the end.
Awesome, mate. Good to be representing the South as well, not just Nelson this weekend too.
Yeah, I was stoked to get called up. So massive thank you to Steve and Malcolm and all the whole Woodford Glen Club. So it's awesome event, 32 cars. It's not many places in New Zealand yet to run with 32 cars. So it's pretty cool, a peer event too. So yeah, the aim's not to let your peer down. So I'll be sure to redeem myself this year for sure.
Awesome, mate. On the redemption tour, there he is, 95N, Alex Hill.
Oh, sorry, guys. Again, I've got caught having a big chat off here. Listen, guys, I'm down here with Shane Harwood, the current 3NZ. But, Shane, you're actually representing the North Island this weekend.
Yeah, Steve-O gave me a call on Tuesday to see if I could fill in. I think Chad had some engine dramas. I think he might have cracked his block or something, he said. So we've shot down just in his place, just so that obviously Chad doesn't lose his spot, apparently. So, we're happy to come down and help out. It's a great meeting and a good opportunity to sneak back in because I've had a few years off. So, and the Christchurch class being so strong, it's hard to get down here as a South Island car.
Yeah, absolutely. You have made it back onto the scene with an almighty bang crash, and I am here and I mean business. It's so glad to have you back in this class here.
Yeah, no, we were obviously just keen to have a run because the New Zealand champs are at home, and that went pretty well. So we've just sort of carried on. We didn't really intend on getting this serious, but our competitive nature's sort of taken over, and we're into it for a wee bit now.
So when you say for a little bit, do you mean a couple more seasons, the rest of the season, next season? What does that little bit look like for you?
Well, given that we're only supposed to race till the New Zealand title, and we're sort of already planning next year, I couldn't actually tell you how much a little bit is, but yeah, especially if my wife's watching this.
We might come back and have that conversation when we don't have a camera on us.
Yeah, no, so we'll just take it as it goes. I mean, obviously, everybody knows these things take a bit of a toll on time and finances and stuff, so we'll do it while it's still a lot of fun, which it is at the moment, and see how we go.
Well, this is definitely a fun weekend, so I hope you do make the most of that, Shane. Well done on coming down. We do thank you for jumping in, and have a great weekend. Good luck.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
We've got William Humphries. Mate, they crossed over to us. We're talking about retro round. The retro man's just walked off. Everyone's talking about William didn't do a retro kit, but you brought Craig Humphries with you instead, didn't you?
Yeah, we got the old man here, and I think we got a white left rear on there, so it's close enough, isn't it?
Hey, mate, you got the call up for battle this year. How'd you slot in your spot?
Steve just messaged us, and we're like, yeah, asked if we wanted to come down. We're like, yes, sweet as, we'll give it another nudge. Haven't done it for 6 years, so yeah.
The last time, I think, was it the last time you were down here? You had was it the New Zealand title? You had the 1NZ, or have you been down since?
No, that was the last time, so it was part of the Restore as well last time, so we run the Restore and the battle on the same night, so that was the last time.
Nice, first run down here in this beast then?
Yeah, first time in this car, yep, so we'll see what it does.
Awesome, mate. Hey, she's been a busy few weeks for you, obviously, going on. It's been a busy time in the workshop as well. Have you had a lot of time to put into your own vehicle these days?
No, we've been that flat out of work building a new car, so we've got this full 100%, but yeah, it was kind of a bit more last minute than planned.
Nice, mate. Hey, looks like we're going to cut over to one of Bianca's favourites there, another Palmy driver, Trent James.
I love the way that you say one of my favourites. All of these drivers are my favourites. They're very well respected. But listen, Trent, welcome to Christchurch. This is your first battle of the stocks, is it?
Yeah, first battle of the stocks. Managed to take over Kayla Mooney's spot for the year, so thanks to him.
Hey, tell us, has anyone talked to you about how this meeting runs and what to expect and what your expectations might be?
Oh, not really, to be honest. Here everyone else, they all go on about how much of a cool meeting it was. So yeah, as soon as opportunity came up, I was all for it.
It's that kind of meeting that you actually have to be here to experience, because it is that feel-good meeting. There's pressure on you to perform, of course, but there's not pressure on you to win a title. So 6 races run and done, but the name of the game, if you ask everybody here, is definitely have fun.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point of the sport, isn't it?
Well, sometimes, Trent, sometimes. But listen, who's your partner this weekend?
The 4C, Braden Lennon, I'm pretty sure.
Now, I've been keeping my eye on young Braden Lennon, and he is an absolute peddler. He's very, very quick here. So as much as I always say you're normally out the front, you might be the one having to keep up this weekend, Trent.
Yeah, probably. From what I've seen, he's pretty quick around here, and he's been going pretty well. So, yeah, need to make sure I perform as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, these cars are about to go out on track. We might be able to get a couple more interviews, but you go get yourself ready, Trent. Enjoy more than anything, enjoy the weekend.
Yeah, sweet. Thank you.
Awesome. Cheers. Guys, we actually have cars coming out on the track, so we're going to throw up to your commentators. We'll come back with more interviews later.
Well, Tony, it is the 31st Battle of the Stocks here at Koken Woodford Glen Speedway, and there is a very calm peace in the pits, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. I mean, despite the fact that a number of those drivers through the course of those interviews said it's their first time here, we don't know what to expect, we don't know how the meeting runs, where's my steering wheel, that sort of thing. It is a meeting that has a history and a structure over those 30-odd years that hasn't changed an awful lot. Some of the details, some of the frilly bits have changed, but the core of it remains, which is that you're paired with another driver, North Island, South Island. You're running 6 heats. Yes, we've got a shootout as well.
Yep.
You accumulate points, and there's 32 cars on the track at any one time. And all of those things, not necessarily totally unique in New Zealand Speedway. There are other pairs events. I don't know if there's another event where you get 32 cars on the track. I don't know if there's another event where you run north versus south. But it is a pretty unique set of parameters that make this meeting work and work well.
I think one of the elements that and it's unique to Woodford Glen is the length of our straights. So of course obviously we start at the start-finish line halfway down the front straight in front of us, but the momentum you build up as a group of cars heading through 1 and 2, that is a corner you can open the throttle right up, and as you head past the grandstand and you realise you're still accelerating at the end of the grandstand, turn 3 comes up very, very fast here at Koken Woodford Glen. And we've seen it plenty of times where guys fire the car in and slam into turn 4. And of course, when you've got 32 cars heading in that direction, they all head in, and the cars behind are using you as brakes. So there's this element of speed. There's this element of a little bit of high risk with the amount of cars on the track. It's and the other part of it too is it's pure, cold, hard racing.
Brake suspension and tyres. Just letting you know that at Mag & Turbo we fit new brake discs and pads plus brand new springs and shocks all on site at our purpose-built shop. We only sell leading brands such as Brembo and Bendix brakes, Munro and Bilstein shocks, and Dobie Sport and Cobra springs. Plus don't forget we have the biggest range of tyres to fit family cars, sports cars and four-wheel drives. So for the very best deals and advice on new brakes, suspension and tyres, get down to the number 1 Mag & Turbo Tyre and Service Centre.
Are you building a new commercial business or home? Or is it time that your existing premises had a repaint anywhere in the South Island? Then Anderton Decorators have you covered. From floor to ceiling, wall to roof, Anderton Decorators offer the latest techniques, equipment and technology to make even the hardest tasks seem simple. Anderton Decorators also has the expert team to take the frustration out of your next project. Call Shane today on 027 Painting. That's 027 724 6846. Anderton Decorators. We have you covered.
So here we are with our youth mini stocks out for their first race of the night. Heat 1 for them, brought to us by Mr. Whippy. The youth mini stocks are racing for trophies both nights of this event, tonight and tomorrow night. I can't remember, one night they're running the pairs. Tonight they're running the pairs, okay.
Because one of the other part of it too, with some of these drivers, this will be their last meeting as youth mini stock because they age out at the end of the season. And this is the last real event here at Koken Woodford Glen for the youth mini stock.
Yep. So the pairs are as they have lined up on the track there. So, for example, you've got the pairing of the 88 and 28 cars at the front of the field. That's a pair. They will continue to line up as a pair through the grid over the course of the night. The points are added up between both individual drivers to make a total at the end of the night. And as we say, there's trophies for that. They're also running some kind of championship tomorrow night. Forget exactly what it is, but Steve will tell us.
It's the Piers one, too.
Another Piers one tomorrow night.
I think it's the adults.
That's a bit boring, isn't it?
I'm actually just looking here, just purely from a sentimental point of view, the second row of the grid.
Sentimental?
No, the second row of the grid.
Yes. The Tigers car.
Court Higgins in the 79 car.
Yes. Definite tribute paint job there.
And then the 81 car beside it is the same number and paint scheme that Court Higgins' father would have raced when he was in the Tigers.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's all like they've been chucked in the dryer and shrunk, but it certainly has that.
Certainly has that feel.
So the driver's just being told how to grid. Looks like Jackson Dakin's got a wee gap beside him. So here we have it is Jeffcoat and Anderton on the front row. We're going to get them the green as they come out of turn 4.
I needed my cheat sheet, but it's not been provided.
There might be up here. As
Jack Anderton. I know it's Jack Anderton
leads us away. Jeffcoat in the 28 car in behind. A little bit of a push mid-corner. The car's washout wide is a little greasy. The 28 car from Nelson will shoot through, as will Higgins. As we look further back, the 81 car on the outside of the 84, 16 of Osborne.
The 15's got tangled up there with the 58 of Philandrin, I think.
It is.
And it's a flat front.
Wee little pile up as we go through Enviro Waste. And it looks like Ava Osborne's the one that's going to lose out of this. As she's still moving, but only barely. As a race leader heads around through 2, we look to the back straight. Ava Osborne has got going.
She's got it going.
As the 81 was leaning on the 79 car, kind of funny to watch the two of them hit each other. As Jack Anderton looks the inside line, trying to regain those positions he lost from the first lap. So it is the 28 of Leah Jeffcoat leading us into turn 1. We head further back to Jack Anderton, who's ahead of Marco Bovendier. First of the green and black attack coming through the 59 car. And one or two drivers that are normally right at that pointy end having a quiet night at the back end of the field, Tony. Just looking at some of them struggling on that slightly greasier surface.
Yeah, possibly the track caught a few of them out in terms of what they would normally expect.
As we...
That 18P car has got a fair turn of speed on it too. Don't know who that is. So look up there.
We're trying to find our cheat sheets. We're not having a great run.
No, they didn't give us a cheat sheet for youth mini stocks.
No, those are super stocks, so marginal.
Yeah, we've got cheat sheets for most of the grades, but 18P, there we are. Aidan Wahi.
As we watch Jeffcoat head round, she has kept a consistent gap over the 88 car of Anderton as we head further back to Bovendier. The 59 of Marcel Verlander and looking to the outside of the 81 with the 14 moving. Ooh. Having a little bit of a pole line issue down here as we watch. Well, he's sensing, Bovendier is sensing the 59 car going to the outside line. And so they've got to put a bit of a fight in here. Jack Anderton has caught a little bit of ground on Jeffcoat. And the first of the back markers will be caught up here as we head round through Enviro Waste. Anderton's got a great run down here. Ooh, just on the bumper.
Now, if that was a stock car, there would have been a pass there. But
if that had been a stock car, we'd be on the wall at 4. As Anderton is sensing he can duck down low on the 28. The 28 car just having to manoeuvre around the back marker. Anderton knows he's got the pace into turn 3. As Jeffcoat going, Anderton will use the brakes, goes down low. Jeffcoat a little bit sideways before Anderton gets there. He's right on that rear bumper.
Nice line by Layla Jeffcoat, though. There was no way round. Or through.
Well, through's an option, but probably not the preferred option. As the 88 cars, he's got the nose under there, but just held down low. Jeffcoat's controlling the 88 car. So Jack is, I think, he comes in hard under brakes here, dives down low. Very defensive from the 28 car. Verlander in third at the moment. Had to have a quick nosy back to the 14 of Stephen. But it is Jeffcoat controlling the race. You wonder if Anderton went for the high line and stood the big up and under down at 3 and 4. He knows he's got the brakes on the 28 car, but eventually they're going to run out.
Well, white flag this time round, so he's got one more lap to work it out, and I think that might be the best strategy for him. He's going to keep it low and tight through 1 and 2. I dare say he'll drift up high down the back straight and then try and cut in underneath.
He's gone to the outside line. I think he was hoping to fake the 28 car. He's ducked up the inside. He committed. He's got it, and I think Valandrin's going to capitalise here as well. We give the check it out for the 88, and the 59 of Valandrin's going to come through for second as well. And Ollie Stephen in the 14 right there.
On the tail as well. It's a good racing by Layla Jeffcoat, but just out-muscled, you'd say, at the end there by Anderton, who waited for his opportunity on that last lap and made sure he took it. Quickest lap was a 22.63 by the 14 car of Ollie Stephen, just probably, I would guess, at the last lap. Yes, it was.
As we look at the race result there for race 1 in the mini stocks, Jack Anderton taken away from the 59 of Valandrin, with Jeffcoat third, Ollie Stephen running away fourth, Lockie Martin fifth, Marco Bovendale sixth, Connor Turner in the 7th spot, Court Higgins with Lucas Smith directly behind him, and the final in the top 10 there is the 77C of Dylan Johnson. As the mini stocks, Tony, will tidy their way back into the pits.
We're waiting on some stock cars to line up there, and they'll be out next for their first heat of the Battle of the Stock Cars. They'll be brought to us by Printwise. The order that they line up on the grid is their pairing. So
it is.
Front row is one pair, second row is a pair, third row is a pair, so on and so forth down through the field.
A busy night for the stock cars, of course. Tonight is more about racing than it is about contact, and it is about accruing points, and reliability is the key to the game here.
Well, we say that, but you know, when you've got all of those cars barreling into turn 1, some form of contact is pretty much inevitable, and it's who manages that and who gets away with it most effectively that often determines the top 10 in that first heat.
Absolutely, as of course they are. I was about to say, one of the biggest hassles here at Koken Woodford Glen is that entry into turn 1. And it's one of my bugbears in Speedway in general. And Stu, feel free to comment on what I'm saying here, because I know that I hate the ability to cut the pole line on that first lap. I'm a great believer, and I have for many, many years, said we should have a wall on the inside of our tracks, the same as we have the English have on their tracks, because it mitigates so much stuff. But that turn 1 pile in, and everybody's pushing to that pole line, and then the guys down below trying to push everybody back up. In Koken Woodford Glen, we are really bad for it at turn 1, so that's going to be an interesting start.
Oh yeah, it will be, and with 32 cars pushing into that first bend. I mean, it's the same in every track, but it just comes down to that driver's skill and everything. I mean, you look at, like you say, England, they've got the big tyres, but
As we look at the grids here, the front row of the grid will be the 435 on pole of Luke Malloy. He'll be joined by Clinton Chedham on his outside. Nelly in the 121C will be joined by Daniel Cox in the second row. Position 5 will be Callum Sturzacker with Craig Robb on his outside. Then we move back into P7 with Blair Reeve-Smith, and on the outside in P8 will be Brooke McPherson. Houston Jr. in the 374 car will be joined by Tyler Horton in the 74 car. I reckon we could have had similar numbers there anyway. Carl Garnett in the 92A. He'll be joined by Jack Honeybone in the 934. Behind them will be Josh Brosnahan in the 606. Cool looking car with the 88C of Troy Cleveland. The 1NZ of Caleb Island will be joined with Melissa Gifford in the 8th row. Harley Robb will be there with Jaden Gerard with Hayden Barker in the 84S and Daniel Burmeister in P20. Brendan Learmouth in the 174 will be joined by Zane Pullen in the 91B. Brad Rosewarne will be joined beside him in the similar chassis of Dion Henderson. We move through to the 992S.
Taylor Lamp.
Of course, yes, I keep forgetting he's changed his letter. And Kane McDonald will be with him in the 69W. The 94B of Justin White will be joined by Sam Jack in the 197. Then one of the cool looking cars out here, and sentimentally one of my favourites, Ben Ellis in the 10W with the 3NZ of Kyle Rowe. Connor Phillips in the 5C, and the very last car on the grid, the 71C of Jason Brooks.
So you mentioned earlier that they start
pair by pair. I was down at the draw today. They've changed it up. So it's actually complete random grid draw. You're not starting next to your pair this season. They've added a bit of a spice to it this year.
Well, that's stupid.
Well, it throws it out for us too, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, because it was logical before, and people could identify which the pairs were, and if you could identify your favourite pair, not just your favourite driver.
Yeah.
Now no one's got a clue.
Well, now we've got to go hunting for them as well. So the likes of Kyle Rowe, the 3NZ, paired up with the 5C. Connor Phillips, got the 9C. Daniel Cox, paired up with the 934T. Jack Honeybone. Jaden Gerard in the 29C, paired up with the 92A. Carl Garnett. Brooke McPherson, the 46C. She's paired up with Justin White in the 94B. Got Dion Henderson, the 5R. Paired up with Tyler Horton in the 74C. What a great pairing that is. Young Tyler was on form up at the teams as well. Brad Rosewarner in the 59C. Hayden Barker. He's normally a hitman of the North Island. Gosh, he's got some pace this year.
That being said, remember this guy years ago who used to drive stock cars and hit stuff? Some guy called Brad. Well, he went away for a few years and tried to flag race. And the end of last season, some guy jumped back in his car called Brad Rosewarne and started remembering how to hit. And to be fair to Brad, he's had a pretty terrible season, so I wouldn't want to be on the end of his bumper if he's angry tonight.
Well, there we go. The 1NZ, Caleb Island, he's driving the Dylan Robb car this weekend. He's paired up with the 71C of Jason Brooks. Callum Sturzacre out of Wanganui, paired up with the 88C Troy Cleveland. Shanae McNally, the 121C. Well, she's got a fellow Ace Performance engine partner with her, the 172P Daniel Burmeister. Zane Pullen in the 91B, paired up with Samuel Jack in the 197C. The Tanker 174P Brendan Learmonth, paired up with the 374C Dave Houston Jr.
That's a good pairing.
And Brendan's got the tank tucking along quite nicely at the moment.
Houston Jr. has been that guy that he's a bit like the T-shirt that you're wearing at the moment. He's that he's that third or fourth spot all the time. No doubt we'll get to that at some point. And he has just stayed under the radar all year. And the reason he contracted to Christchurch was explicitly this event.
Yep. Kane McDonald, story of the weekend. I'll get to that in a moment. The 69W paired up with the 435C Luke Molloy.
Have you seen Luke Malloy's car since you got here?
No.
You have never seen a roll cage that high. A roll cage that high. It gets its own satellite. Anyway.
Oh, yeah. Well, Kay McDonald hasn't raced this season. His stock car.
Okay.
When I last saw it last week, it was back to the coffin. It had no outriggers, side rails, etc. They put it on the trailer with a forklift yesterday. Drove down to Christchurch and hoped that while they're at the motel today, they could get it going. They got it going at 2 o'clock today. There you go. So that's the dedication. I mean, Kane debuted his car here, I think, 3 years ago, and they were still building it at the motel then as well.
At least nothing's changed.
No, exactly. They run on railroad time. 606C, Josh Brosnahan in that GRD built car by Calvin Gray with the 992. This heartbreaks me a little bit. 992S Taylor Lamp. Taylor's building some great cars. I think he has got Blair Reeve Smith has another lamp car out there as well.
And they chug along around this track pretty well.
They certainly do. The 212V of Blair Reeve Smith, he's paired up with Craig Robb in the 911C.
And now watch that pairing below the radar as well. Craig Robb, he's got that Ace Performance motor in that car, one of the cars. And that is, of course, Kruger number 25, I think.
Yes.
And so she's an old girl underneath, but man, that heart beats strong.
Ben Ellis, the 10W, of course, that throwback livery 31 years ago when Gary debuted here at the Battle of Stocks.
Yes.
Well, when the Battle of Stocks debuted. He's paired up with the 964C Melissa Gifford. And Clinton Cheatham down from Huntley, his first Battle of Stocks, paired up with the 991C of Harley Robb driving the Liam Squire car, which I think is still for sale.
Yes, and it's a miracle that thing hasn't sold. Of course, the other car, a couple of cars running retro livery. The other one was one of my personal favourites, is the 9C, running the Wayne Wilding livery from many moons ago, the McIver Medals car. And I told him he could borrow my race number. He can have number 11 on it for the night if he wants to. Anyway, it's going to be an interesting first corner as we are currently on the 3-minute bell.
Yeah, so we just had Dion Henderson down there and Taylor Lamp. They both are off and away just in the nick of time as well.
I remember the 3-minute bell years ago used to be subjective. That's probably a polite way of putting it. And then, of course,
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, Brad Rosewarner has just pulled to the infield, the 59C.
That's steaming too.
And yes, there's a fair bit of steam coming out from underneath that car, so...
I was just saying the 3-minute bell used to be a little bit of a grey area, and then all of a sudden we started streaming, and then this certain media organisation put a 3-minute clock on the screen, and it became very black and...
I think it became a lot controversial with a certain tank commander as well.
Changing cars?
Well, changing cars in the 3-minute bell and exploiting the 3-minute bell as he was the promoter as well at the same time. But hey, that's what makes the stories. That's what makes the show, isn't it? It's all
the
part
drama.
of the fun.
It's the drama.
Exactly right.
And I guess that's the we're joking about this beforehand. I've said lots of things over this microphone over the years that are probably regrettable, but often it's just because that's what I'm thinking in the moment, and it's a bit of a laugh, and you think, and people take us so seriously. It is a hobby, and it is here for fun. As the Cheatham car,
a wise man said to me, and he's
obviously not from Speedway.
No, he actually is. He used to have the old Mohawk, Jerry Linklater. We race for chocolate fish.
Yes. I think my expression to the wife was, no one's going to NASCAR. How many Ks a year do you think the Cheathams do?
A lot.
Because I don't think
that little flat deck truck gets a workout, doesn't it?
I think it's it's at least the second time we've seen a yellow car down here this season, and we're a long way from home.
Brad Rosewarn. Well, the 3-minute bell's been and gone. So if he wants to, no. And Kinder, our clerk, is he clerk of the course?
Yes, he is.
Yep. Kinder, the clerk of the course, is pointing away. The 3-minute bell, of course, you only get one per race, not one per car. Crikey, could you imagine that? One per car.
20-odd years ago, we might have got that at certain events around the countryside, but we'd prefer that not to be the case. I'll tell you what, I know we waffle and talk nonsense, but man, imagine how much crap we'd have to talk if we had to fill that gap in.
I tell you what, the sponsors would get a great plug though, wouldn't they?
Well, yeah, we'd be able to tune away. It's going to be it'll be almost like Talladega Nights. We'll just tune away while this car is rolling.
So the 435C off the pole position. Makes life easier, doesn't
Luke
it?
Malloy. Down here. Yep, they're not numerical order. I think
they're in pairs order.
They're in pairs order, not numerical.
Alphabetical.
The good thing is we've got to count.
Here we go. We get the green flag up. It is a 12-lapper. And underway, it's going to be Malloy that leads them through to that first corner. Sinead McNally right in behind. Look at the push there. It looks like Harley Robb amongst it with the 1NZ. Caleb Island pushing on through. Burmeister just tagging the rear of the 964. That's his pairing as well. Harley Robb just gets pushed down low through into turn 3. Almost 4 or 5 wide on the exit of 4 here. Clinton Cheatham, he's starting to drive away. Malloy in the 435 just getting past there by Sinead McNally on the outside. Callum Sturzaker, he's had a bit of engine work done this week after a bit of an issue in Rotorua. Sitting there in that 4th spot. Craig Robb, then we go back to the 9C, Daniel Cox, Carl Garnett, Blair E. Smith stuck out wide off. Brooke McPherson's been flicked around there by the 74C and the 374 at the same time. Burmeister is pressing on through, and Harley Robb's trying to follow suit. Cheatham, he's well pulled away from the field. Sturzaker up into second now. Back to Malloy. Craig Robb in the 911. Chased down there by Sinead McNally, Cox. Caleb Island, the 1NZ. He was an underdog 1NZ victor, and he is certainly repping that number well as he gets punted wide there by Carl Garnett, the 92A. Reed Smith went to look underneath, can't get the job done. Back in the pack, Troy Cleveland makes a few passes, the 88C right down the minors. In fact, he's just been pushed wide now by Taylor Lamp, the 992. Ben Ellis pressing on the 10W, 15 spots. He has made the move. He's just getting squeezed out there by Kyle Rowe, the 3NZ, and the 74C car. Tyler Horton tries to keep with him, can't do so. Just loses one of those 15. We are 6 laps to go for Clinton Cheatham. Callum Sturzacre, Craig Robb. Look at 1NZ, Caleb Island up into 4th spot. He has got the Robb race car absolutely hauling with that Ace engine. Goes up into 3rd now. Carl Garnett tries to make a move on Craig Robb. Back to Blair Reeves-Smith, Sinead McNally, Daniel Burmeister, Kyle Rowe, Hayden Barker, Ben Ellis gets that move done there on Tyler Horton. And now they're 3 wide. I think Harley Robb might get the move now done on Horton and Ellis. 2 for 1 special out of 2 for Harley Robb. The 1NZ.
Harley Robb washed out wide out. Oh, lost.
Oh, Ben Ellis with that right rear gone. It's come right off the rim too. The 10W. As Harley Robb gets tangled up with Tyler Horton. Dion Henderson now just trying to poke his nose into it, the 5R. Sturzacre under pressure from the 1NZ as the 29C and 91B go a lap down courtesy of Cheatham. 361 leading the charge here. Look back through the field. Got Horton and Jack Honeybone. Good to see him back in the car, just tussling it out there with Brooke McPherson. 2 to go for Cheatham. 5C, Connor Phillips. Problems down the back straight away, just keeping out of the way. And the 1NZ, Caleb Island is on the infield as Cheatham's going to come to the white flag. Honeybone and Horton are stuck in turn 4. It's white flag, 1 to run for Cheatham. We go red, and that'll be for the 74C down that turn 4 area. And it is another right rear gone, this time on the 1NZ, Caleb Island. Yeah, I think Hayden Barker's got no brakes there, as we can hear the referees calling the reds. He done the hands up as if to say, well, what do you want me to do? I think he's run out of brakes late in the piece.
Well, it becomes that bit where the, I guess at the end of it, it's a promotion. But unfortunately, yeah, I wouldn't want to be running into turn 3 without brakes. I know over the years there's drivers who have said, oh, I can do that. I've done it myself.
Yep.
Turn 4 hurts a lot. You cannot go through turns 3 and 4, the Kaiapoi end of the track, the narrow end of the track. You cannot do that without brakes. You have to bring the car to some sort of a halt. Otherwise, you will just smear yourself into turn 4.
So this is more of a reverse of a Rotorua Wanganui hybrid, where they've got the tight turn 1 and 2 off the start, and you guys have the tight turn 3 and 4.
Yeah, and to be fair, we in our State of Origin, we actually talked about why the track is like that. The back straight over the far end, where the Mr. Whippy van is and all that, actually used to be the old railway line from Christchurch North, and then the boundary line was the Timberley family estate, and the track. Everybody thought it was an oblong shape, but no, they followed the 2 lines and it ended up being at one end. And there was a large court case. I mean, we just celebrated our 50 years here, and there's a bit of a story behind it, and there's definitely a book that people want to read about it. But yeah, it was a court case over it, and it just about bankrupted the promotion.
Oh no!
But 50 years later, we're still here, and we confuse people no end with that turn 3 and 4. But the widest part of the track is actually, we've just pulled these cars off the track. The widest part of our track is about where the number 9 car is on the track at the moment.
Yep.
From the pole line to the wall. So it's not as tight as you think. It's a perception issue.
Yeah, we looked at it in the early part of the race. As I said, 4 or 5 wide out of the corner. It's the 74. It's pulled to the infield. Tyler Horton. And I feel like even if he wasn't able to refire, I feel like the right front may have just come off the bead there on the 74 too, the way it was getting towed off. The 5C made his way safely to the infield. We are on our last lap. Clinton Cheatham is your race leader, just about 10 metres on the exit of turn 2. And we get that green. Zane Pullen's got some problems, the 91B, as does the 29C, failing to get off the line. Jaden Gerard, I think we may stay green to the line though. It's going to be Cheatham taking the flag. 361 from the 15. 29 still not firing off as Brooke McPherson came off to the 46. We'll wait for the cars to die down. We'll get those results through, but Clinton Cheatham drove away from the field, the 361H.
Well, if you've given a deposit to put in the bank, being a front row grid, you've got to take it first race of the night.
Yep.
I feel really sorry for the likes of Ben Ellis because he was making some serious moves.
He certainly did. Right, there we go. Look, there's our lead. There's our winner there. Clinton Cheatham, the 361H from the 15V. Callum Sturzaker, 92A. Carl Garnett locks out the first three for the North. 991C, Craig Robb, home in fourth. 212V, Blair Reeves Smith in fifth. We've got the 3NZ, Kyle Rowe in sixth. Seventh place goes to the 121C, Shanae McNally. 172P, Daniel Burmeister in eighth. 84S, Hayden Barker in ninth. And rounding out that top 10, the 991C of Harley Robb.
Yeah, as we look through there, Henderson running home in 11th with Houston Jr., Daniel Cox there 13th, Brendan Lemeth 14th, Luke Malloy, Melissa Gifford, Justin White, and in 18th, Josh Brosnahan with the 19th being Kane McDonald. He completed a race there of a car that was looking in pieces, and Sam Jack rounding out our top 20.
21 through to 30, it is Troy Cleveland, the 88C. From the 71C, Jason Brooks, 934T of Jack Honeybone. Then we go back to 91B, Zane Pullen to 1NZ, a DNF basically from here for the 1NZ, the 46C, 29C, 74C, 5C, 992S, 10W and 59C, all DNF. So that's
one D and S. So one there that didn't even start the race.
Yeah, so that's a chunk of drivers out in points wise. But the good thing about it, 6 races, that's a long time. When you think about it, it's more 12.
Yes,
because you got 2 lots of you out there, so 12 races, a lot of points to accumulate through.
And as we look through there, Cheatham taking the checkered flag. He had a great run. They're pretty much unbothered. Once he got a clear bit of air, got the sniff of fresh air, he just kept the ears pinned back and disappeared.
Yeah, navigated that first turn quite nicely, kept snug there with the 436, and off and away he went. Once he got that outside line, he was gone. So solid drive there from Clinton Cheatham in our first race of 6 for Battle of the Stock Cars.
And his partner out of that was Harley Robb. So that was
Harley Robb.
he managed to come.
Spot.
He came through from the back of the pack too. So there was some good points hauled in there. As we look into the chute at the moment, our saloons, and there's a couple of funny looking ones off the front. They're going to be out to. We have actually 2 super saloons out there, which we shouldn't. I was going to make some wisecrack about them being. I stop it.
Total Access is New Zealand's largest providers of access machines, scaffolding and height services. Total Access stand by their promise of reliable service, making easy access. With access machines of all types, Total Access have the small machines right up to New Zealand's largest, with a reach of over 56 metres. With locations all over New Zealand, give the team a call today on 0800 Hire Now, or visit their website at totalaccess.co.nz. Total Access, where height is within your reach. Hessel's Poultry Farm is a family-run business situated in the heart of the Horowhenua that produce over 800,000 eggs a week to your community. With 60 years experience, this 4th-generation business know how to look after their customers. They truly are locals looking after locals all over New Zealand. Head into your local supermarket and make sure you ask for New Day free-range eggs or Morning Harvest eggs. Hessel's Poultry Farm supply fresh, quality eggs to your local community. They are the pride of Foxton.
So, watch the lights, says the referee. Good advice in my opinion. Ivan, welcome along.
Welcome along, yeah.
Battle of the Stocks night, one of your favourite nights of the year?
It's like Christmas.
Ah. Well, Merry Christmas, Ivan. Might not get to say that next year, but anyway, away we go, and off the front, the 2 super saloons, Peter Scouten in the 72 and Sam Waddell in the 1NZ. Here comes the 433 of Matt Peterson. He's going to make Scouten's life a bit difficult, I think, and Ashton Osborne and Brendan Fisher not far behind as well. And those 5 cars just clearing out slightly from Scott Woodhouse in the 7, and the 84 and 48 of Mackenzie and Gardner. I'm never going to get them sorted out. They need to paint their cars different colours. 54, Marsden, a little bit boxed in there. Oh, there, the Power Plus Racing team has decided to switch to stock cars. One into the back of the other. They've spun up. Marsden spun up in sympathy to avoid. And we go yellow.
So, yeah, the 48 just went in a wee bit too hot. Knocked his teammate around. And Ryan just had to throw it sideways to avoid an incident. It's quite interesting watching some of these saloons, as you say, Matt Peterson, Ashton Osborne. They're not far off these two super saloons at the front.
They're not, and in fact, when you've looked at some of the lap times they've been doing pretty consistently through the course of this season, it's not that many seasons ago that they would have been competitive in a super saloon field.
Yeah, exactly.
At the end of the race, at the end of a super saloon race, if they could have peeled off those laps. So, yeah, there's definitely been terrific advancement in the ability to extract speed, extract grip out of saloon chassis, I think. And yeah, it's been an area of development in Speedway. Mind you, the same is probably true of super saloons, but I think that's been a result of a shift in technology in super saloons. But in saloons, I think it's been more just incremental drivers working stuff out. You know?
Yep.
So watch the lights, says the referee. Sam Waddell leads the field in the 1NZ Super Saloon from Peter Scouten. Then the first of the saloons, which are the ones that are really racing, is Matt Peterson in the 433. And we have a slightly messy restart there as Fisher dives to the inside just before the lights change, but Ashton Osborne's taking advantage in the 3NZ car on the inside line. He's going to look up the inside of Fisher, but he backs out of it. Peterson's controlling the saloon race here. Scouten and Waddell racing almost side by side at the front of the pack, really unable to pull away from Peterson at this point. Here comes Osborne. He went in deep and he's come out with some good speed to get past the 92 car and move into, well, second place for the saloons. But Fisher comes back at him up the inside out of turn 4. Evenly matched, these two cars. You'd have to say ever since he painted the 92 car silver, it's definitely gone faster, Ivan. I think he's picked up a good few kilometres an hour with that paint job. Perhaps it's extra slippery paint or something. Now as the track's drying out, the Super Saloon's starting to pull away a little bit. Waddell's got the hang of that stealth chassis. Scouten still experimenting a little bit, goes in quite deep through 3 and 4 there, but gathers the car up, brings it round. Peterson watching, holding on to third place on the track, first of the saloons. Osborne trying to stay with him. It's about half a car length back, it's tight. Fisher's with them as well, and Marston's come through from the back of the pack to make this a foursome. So we're 6 laps in and 4 to go now. Sam Waddell, I suspect, will run away and pick up the checkered flag here. Scouten pulls the 72 car in. So now it's the battle for second place on track between Peterson in the 433 and Osborne in the 3. 92 Fisher and 54 Ryan Marsden. That old love lady chassis, the former 1NZ car, still got it. Still footing it with the brand new cars, or the chopped up and rehacked ones. Doesn't matter how you slice and dice them, they're all competitive here at Koken Woodford Glen. So just a couple of laps to go now for Ashton Osborne. He'll get the white flag next time. He's nipped round the outside of Matt Peterson. Fisher in third place with Marsden in fourth. Sam Waddell carrying on his merry way on track, leading them round. So white flag for Ashton Osborne. Remembering the race is for saloons, not for the Super Saloon. Osborne down the back straight, past the Value Cars Warehouse Grandstand, through the Enviroways turn, onto the front straight. The car bobbles around, but he's confident, secure, picks up his checkered flag. Good second place there for Peterson. Fisher in third, and the 54 in fourth. And Sam Waddell first on the track. Quickest lap was a 16.78 by Sam Waddell, but looks as though the saloons were doing some of them were doing in the high 17s.
Yeah, 17.5 for Ashton Osborne.
Yeah.
So
and as we say, that's a good lap time. I mean, it's not that long ago that if you were under 18.5 seconds here at Woodford Glen, you were classified as a super saloon. And he's a full second under that time.
yeah, so it's 17.4. So yeah, he's not far off, you know.
So Osborne took it away from Peterson, Fisher, Marsden, Kevin Gardner, Scott Woodhouse, Billy Woodhouse, Stan McKenzie, and the Super Saloons at the back of the pack. That race brought to us by R.E. Sinclair. Big thank you to them. A big thank you also to Malcolm Natai and the team from Suck It Up for sponsoring the whole Battle of the Stocks shebang tonight.
Yeah, major sponsor, has been for a number of years. So, yeah, it's good to have Malcolm on board. And
Wouldn't be the first time he's paid himself for winning the thing, would it? But we'll see. We'll see. There's a fair bit of water to go under the bridge yet.
Probably cheaper to just go and buy some trophies.
Next up on track will be adult mini stocks brought to us by Really Swift Parts. They're waiting in the dummy grid. I think we need to go away and play some ads and some music and get a drink or something like that. So we'll be back very, very shortly.
Come down a bit lower on 3-4, please. Come down
Hey guys, so I'm down in the pits with Cullum Sturzaker. Cullum, firstly, this is your 4th year of running Battle of the Stocks, and congratulations on coming home 2nd place. First blood to the North Island, we love it.
Yeah, no, it was good. Just get out there, do some laps and go have fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you said that the car had, it felt a bit funny in the steering. Is it the car, or do you think it's just the track, or what do you think's going on?
Oh, I think it might be the driver.
No, give yourself the credit. No problems with the car or anything? You came away with no damage? You're flying around that track?
Yeah, no, it's going good. Just quick check over and hopefully it's all good for the next one.
Yeah. Who's this working on your car down here?
Big Mike.
Big Mike, and he's he's got a big smile on his face. He's your crew chief?
Yeah, he's my stepdad. No, he's a good bugger. Built the car for me and yeah, does a lot for me really.
So in terms of getting the car prepped and what have you, all the responsibility lies on him?
Oh, nah, not really nowadays. I have to do most of it, but he helps me where he can.
Awesome. Hey, welcome to Palmerston. Oh my gosh, no, welcome to Woodford Glen. Obviously, sorry guys. Have a great weekend, and like I say, that's a good stoke of points you got.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Cheers.
So Stu, as we quickly wait for the mini stocks, we've got the stock car points for the pairings.
Yes.
So, of course, this whole weekend's about pairings. So, what are we looking like on points at the moment?
Yeah, so at the moment, after that one race, 911C Craig Robb and the 212V Bleary Smith, 57 points. 361 Clinton Cheatham, 991C Harley Robb, 55 points. And 121C Sinead McNally, 172P Daniel Burmeister, 51 points. So they're your top three.
And now, funnily enough, Rob's all in the top three.
All in the top three, exactly.
In one way, shape or form.
Yep, 15V, Callum Sturzaker, 87C Troy Cleveland, 43 points. 374C Dave Houston Jr., 174P Brendan Lemont, 40 points. That's your top five. 435C 69Ws, 32 points.
And that's, to be fair, is quite a drop back from the 57 at the top.
But also a lot of points for a driver that got his car going at 2 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. You can't fault him at all for that.
So there's your first few placings after. Remember, it's only been one race. We've got a long way to go.
Geez, a long marathon. As our adult mini stocks head down the back straight, it is Leah Rowlands is our pace setter. Flags in the air. They're giving the green, and we're away, Tony, as we head down the front straight and look at the 93 car. Ducked it inside line.
Running up the inside there quite fast. Leah Rowland seems to have got the jump on the rest of the field, though.
Of course, Shady now running with his brother in the 26. So Oliver made the jump up last week.
Yes.
To now race with the adults, and so now we've got two brothers we've got to contend with.
Yes, so I hadn't picked that, but you're right. So the adult mini stock field grows as the youth. Oh, a little bit of nudging and barging there between the Bland car and the 99 of Jordan Cox. But it looks as though Mason Bland gets the better of that and gets ahead of him. So it's Leah Rowland still leading from the 93 of Shaden Andrew McCartney, just ahead of the 26 car there of Oliver McCartney. So the two brothers more or less side by side on the track at the moment. This might end in a controversial way, but no. Ollie concedes to Shady there.
Only at the roast table tomorrow.
Yeah. Hawley in the 84 car coming through as well. That's Emmy Hawley there. And the 85 is, at the back of the field. No, is that the
85 is
can't read those numbers.
It's Tyler at the front and Emmy at the back.
At the back, yep.
As we get our first back marker, Caitlin Ross just picked up by the 41 car, and through go the 93 and 26 as well.
These guys are running pairs tonight as well. Caitlin Ross and Leah Rowlands are a pair, paired for their points. And the Hawleys are paired for their points. And we'll let you know some of the others as we go through the night. But just to complete the fourth lap there, with 6 to go, Leah Rowlands in the 41 car, leading Shaden Andrew McCartney in the 93. We go back to the 26 machine of Oliver McCartney, his brother there, the 85 of Tyler Hawley. Then we go back to the 56 car of Nick Weir. with Mason Bland as he runs wide, and Bland makes the pass up the inside. Cox in the 99. 35 tonight being driven by Glenn Marsden, and the 12 car there towards the back of the field is David Pickles, and
He had a great run in it last meeting. Of course, this is the car that his daughters campaigned most of the season in youth.
Yeah. And 87 Eleanor Marsden there towards the back of the field as well. So just a few laps left to go now. 6 down, 4 to go for Leah Rowlands. She's got about 3 or 4 car lengths over Shaden Andrew McCartney in the 93. Shady as we call him. She's about to put another lap on Caitlin Ross. And Leah Rowlands just having to drift a little wide there to pass Ross on the apex of the turn, and that's allowed McCartney to Shady to close up a little bit. Got a little bit of a speed run on Leah Rowlands here, and I would say with another lap or two, those two cars could be side by side, and that'll be near the end of the race. The 26 machine coming through fast as well. So it's going to be a good points haul here for the McCartney boys, as Shady just tucks in behind Leah Rowlands. Rowlands got to pick the line past the
back marker, Tony, back
84
marker.
of Emma Hawley. She's going to run up the inside, I think. Shady's looking at the outside line, but it's not there. He squeezes through as well. So the white flag's going to come out for Leah Rowlands here. We've gone red for reasons unknown. And we've had the 85 car.
Straight in front of the grandstand.
Tyler.
So there is something on the track, which I'm guessing looks a lot like an exhaust.
It does, doesn't it? You don't often see bits fall off mini stocks, you have to say.
Yeah, you would think no, it's hot.
It's hot, yep.
There we go.
It's definitely an exhaust.
Put the heat gloves on.
Get it in the bucket of the tractor, and away we go. So we were just about started the last lap. Leah Rowlands has just entered turn 1 there. A couple of car lengths ahead of Shaden Andrew McCartney. Then Oliver McCartney and the 84 of Emmy Hawley side by side, but Emmy is down a lap. Then we go back to Mason Bland and the 56 of Nick Weir, the 99 of Jordan Cox, and the 35 of Glenn Marsden.
I had a staff member years ago one morning. It was a cold day, so he thought he'd warm his hands up by grabbing a car exhaust.
Ow. No.
Doesn't work well.
No. It's a countdown from the referee. He can count.
And some drivers can't.
Interesting, wasn't it? Yes. So Leah Rowlands out of turn 2 might put a lap on the 87 of Eleanor Marsden before the end of the race. It's going to be tight as she comes round out of turn 4 up the inside. Marsden gives her plenty of room. They're going to be side by side more or less across start finish, but checkered flag for Leah Rowlands. Shady in second, brother Ollie in third. Back to Mason Bland, who I think was probably one of the big movers through this field, ahead of the 56 of Nick Weir. So some good racing there. Fastest lap was a 21.91 by Mason Bland.
Actually,
earlier in the race.
On the fastest lap times, we were seeing stock cars consistently in the 19-second bracket before.
Yeah.
19.4 or 19.5, I think is our lap record here. So they were super quick for racing in a pack at that speed. Okay,
so Leah Rowlands from Shaden Andrew McCartney, Oliver McCartney, Mason Bland, Nick Weir, Glenn Marsden, Jordan Cox, David Pickles, Tom Harris and Melissa Knowles in the 42 car, rounding out the top 10.
Wow, we look to the chute, and it is...
Ooh, it's Ivan's favourite grade.
It is the start of the Super Stock Battle of the Stocks.
And that's what a lot of people come here, travel from far and wide to come and see, and why wouldn't you? Where else can you see, and more importantly hear and feel in the cavities of your chest, the 32 Super Stocks?
Yes, it's one of the... It's tactile, isn't it? As
Isn't
you
it?
get into turn 1. And
even up here in the commentary box with our walls and glass windows, you still get to literally feel the thunder of those engines. 32 of those engines, pretty unrestricted exhausts on these super stocks compared to some of the grades.
All under 95 decibel.
Oh, of
all
course.
of them.
Oh,
all of them
absolutely.
are.
Yeah, of course.
So Tony and I are going to tag out, and I think we've got some some very passionate people about Superstocks, and they've actually got some pairings they can go through as well. And when the
Fantastical.
Superstocks come out, of course, the grids now, and they're not in their pairings for the
They're
grids.
not in the pairings for the grids. So that was someone's dumb idea, but it's been as been decided, and that's how it's going to be. Mess with the battle of the stocks at your peril, people. That's my comment.
As we look to the chute, look at them. They start to roll out. We'll pass their mics over.
It's great to have the 1, 2, 3 Superstock, the 1, 3 stock car.
Yep.
As well, that just shows how much this event means to drivers and the work that you guys do behind the scenes to get the top drivers here year in year out.
Yeah, and it's one of those events, as you say, the grids are there now, so we'll get into that and then we'll come back and have a bit of a chat as they're gridding up.
Row 1, Harley Robb and Kendall Ashton.
In row 2, Alex Hill and the 2NZ of Ethan Levine.
Off row 3, the 72, Simon Joblin, the 126 of Asher Rees.
Then we go back to the 23, Jake Berry. On the outside of him will be the 156 of Trent James.
From row 5, it's the 5G, Josh Prentice, the 62P, Adam Joblin.
Then we go back to the 7C, Riley Evans with Happy Pool in the 91C.
Row 7, and it's Scott Tennant and the 94R, Dale Stewart.
Then we go back to the 55, Matt Radcliffe with the 14C, James Thine.
From row 9, it's the 5W, Keegan Levine, the 3NZ of Shane Harwood.
Off 19 is the 19C, the sponsor, Suck It Up, Malcolm Nartai. Then on the outside in grid 20 is Quinn Ryan out of Hawke's Bay.
From row 11 on the inside, Jay Holtham, the 317C, and Ollie Sutton in the 44C.
Then we go to Scott Joblin in the 52P with the 48 being Bundy.
Brett Hislop, Bundy.
Yep, Bundy's driving that.
From row 13, William Humphreys in the 94P and Mike Hislop in the 10C.
Then we go back to the 1NZ, Todd Hemingway with the 971 of Jaden Ward.
Row 15, Cam Rain in the 999C, and it's the 9B of Adam Groom.
And bringing up the last row, the 4C, Braden Lennon with Kaylin Keith in the 231C.
There's a few interesting looking cars in the grid there, wasn't it? I think poor old Jaden Ward was probably worried that his car would actually look like that after an unfortunate incident last night as he arrived in Christchurch. Lucky to say the car and trailer's all in one piece.
Oh dear.
But
so yeah, great field of cars. And as you say, the prestige of this event, we've had guys, Phil Ogle, we've had the Joblins, they haven't been able to make it. They've put people in their cars. The cars have still been here. They've put people in their cars.
Yes.
Adam Groom drove one of the Joblin cars one year.
Dale Robertson.
Yeah, they've all done it because, as you may know, with this event, you pull out, that's your spot gone.
Yeah, good luck getting back in. Yeah, I know Todd Hemingway's the same. Like, he is 1NZ, but he's filling in one of the Ashton spots.
Yep.
You know, obviously the Ashtons having a couple. They've got four or five drivers. They probably bring a couple of different ones every year.
And I tell you what, it's a mongrel when you're commentating all of them, as you would know.
Yep, exactly. I know Scott Joblin. Speaking of the Joblin, Scott Joblin flew back in either last night or today from Perth. He's been over there with Boston. I think Russell's gone over, done the swap over for the mini stocks. So I think Scott might be heading back after. So that's the dedication to this event.
Yep.
Is okay, the boys got a trip of a lifetime, but I'm racing Battle of Stocks.
They don't miss it. They don't miss it, that's for sure. So they're gridding them up for the first heat of our 2 nights of the 2025 Suck It Up Battle of the Stocks.
Couple of heritage kits out there. Riley Evans in the Blaine Blythe livery, the 7C, kind of a crossover throwback for Ethan Levine with the gold, with how that car started and the stars of yesteryears, the stars of yesteryears in the Hutt Park team, which was on the stock car.
It's good to see Ben Ellis.
As, exactly.
Retro kit of his Gary. So we're about to go green for the first heat. And we're away and racing. 32 of the best into turn 1. Harley Robb leads us in at the moment. Who's that getting pushed up high?
Oh, Kendall Ashton gets pushed out.
Just getting bunted there by James Thine. They go down the back straight for the first time. We've got Harley Robb, who's using the bumper into the corner. No surprise. Asher Rees, he'll force his way to the front. Bit of a pile up there. Cam Rain sitting up in turn 3. They come past us for the first time. We've got Harley Robb, Josh Prentice, Simon Joblin. As we feel the wall shake as they're bouncing off it, coming past us, but back up to the leaders. Harley Robb's leading us into 4. Trent James is in there as well. He's just taken over the second spot. Then we go back to Josh Prentice, Simon Joblin, Alex Hill from Nelson. Then we've got Asher Rees. In behind Rees, we've got Todd Hemingway, the 1NZ. Then we go back to Keegan Levine in the 5. Then Shane Harwood, the 3NZ out of Nelson. Back to Ethan in the 2NZ. Then we go Scotty Tennant in the 808. Jay Holtham is in thereabouts, just getting half turned round by James Thide. No, it's not Jay Holtham, sorry, it's Jaden. Yeah, it was Jay Holtham. Still in their Eagles colours to get them confused. But Trent James, he's shooting up the inside of Harley Robb as they go through 3 and 4. Wee bit of a rut starting to cut up there, but they all get through it. James takes over the lead. Then we go back to Rob, Joblin, Hill, Rees. We're going red.
Yeah, Malcolm Narto's got some problems. The 19C suck it up car down there in turn 3. That's leaning over on the right front. I see Mike Hislop with a left front. Now, of course, you can run with the left side down, but he got tangled together in the early part of the race. Out of turn 2, as did Joblin, and it was Scott Joblin and Adam Groom came together Scott Joblin and Dale Stewart, the 94R. Tangled up on the exit of 4. That's why Dale Stewart's quite a fair way down the field.
So we're having a look at a couple of lap times there. At the moment, Todd Hemingway setting the fastest lap time. Hasn't taken him long to work out the track. Tight corner or not.
He was on form in Nelson when he won that title, and absolutely on form from the get-go here tonight.
So they'll just go over and...
It's unfortunate to have Malcolm out this early, haven't he would have won out of the 31 or out of the 30 Battle of the Stocks. What do you reckon he would have?
I think he's got
won about 10 of them.
10 of those trophies. Yeah. It's just, I mean, as we were talking about this event, how many New Zealand title holders are out here? Like multiple, there's a couple that are multiple.
Yep.
How many New Zealand titles are sitting out on the track at the moment?
Oh, dead right.
Like you
dead
take
right.
Simon Joblin, you take Malcolm, Shane Harwood, Asher. Todd Hemingway now.
Yep. Jaden in the stock cars.
So yeah, there's it's quite prestigious.
And then even you go through the 2s and 3s. Keegan, Ethan, William Humphreys.
Yeah, William Humphreys won a New Zealand title as well. Yep. So it looks like the front right's come off Malcolm's car there.
Oh, completely gone. Oh, and the wheel guard. Wow.
Yeah, blown to pieces.
So there was a bit of...
Missed that action. He must have tangled up somewhere along the way.
Well, Heavy Ball was facing the wrong way on the track, so I don't know if he was involved with that.
There you go, Todd Hemingway up 21 spots. That's a big mover from 27 to position 6, and we're only on lap 4. So the red comes in, we're about to go green again. And we're away and racing. The 156 of Trent James, he leads us down the back straight off the red. Asher Rees, not shy to use the bumper. Hemingway, he's not shy either. He's made up some huge ground as they come past the start-finish line. Trent James over Rob, Asher Rees, Hemingway. Then we're going back to Simon Joblin, Alex Hill, Keegan Levine, Ethan Levine, Josh Prentice, Scott Tennant in the 808. Then we go back to Braden Lennon, Quinn Ryan in the 46. Back to Humphreys in the 94. That's our leaders. They come past us again, knock another lap over. 6 to go.
Harwood on the infield with issues to 3NZ.
Down off turn 2. Trent James still leading us. Todd Hemingway has gone from the back. He's sitting in second at the moment. Asher Rees just bounces over that bit of a rut. Harley Robb shoots back up the inside of him. As they go through 1 and 2. Who's at the 94? Just cruising up by the wall there. Just staying out of the way. Trying to keep momentum. Get some points or try and get down off the track. But at this stage, up the front as they come past us again. Gone red.
The 20, it's at the 231.
231, parked up in the corner. Caelan
Keith.
So yeah, so where they pull up. Hemingway sitting in second spot at this stage.
What a drive. Grid 27.
27.
To 2.
And it's a quality field. Who's Hemingway paired with? Is it the 23?
Yeah, Jake Berry.
Jake Berry. And Jake's sitting mid-pack, is he? Yep.
5B to the infield, 5B to the infield.
Okay, so Josh Prentice, right front's gone.
Front flat.
So I wonder if that's actually gone flat under the Reds, because he had a lot of pace,
Yeah, he was,
and it wasn't showing, handling issues.
No.
Maybe a lap or two, because that rim is full of mud. Yeah.
And we're away again. Keegan Levine gets a flyer up the inside of hill. But our race leader going into turn 3, Trent James, just bunts the 48, is it, or the 10? The 10 of Hislop out of the way. Hemingway sitting in behind him as they go through 1 and 2. Then we go back to Harley Robb, Simon Joblin in the 72. Then we go back to Asher Rees, Keegan Levine, Alex Hill, Ethan Levine. Then we go back to Scott Tennant, Quinn Ryan and Braden Lennon. Then we go back to the 317 Ben Jay Holtham and the 14 of James Thine. But our leaders go past us again as he goes down the back straight. Trent James, Todd Hemingway, Quinn, Adam Groom just pulls off. White flag this time round for the 156 of Trent James. Then we go back to the 1NZ of Hemingway, Harley Robb, followed closely by Simon Joblin. That's where the race is at the moment for that 3rd and 4th. Joblin's going to have a dive up the inside as they go into 3. Under brakes, pushes Rob wide. Rob's going to try and cut back underneath. Trent James takes the win by Hemingway. Simon Joblin over Harley Robb. Then we'll go back to Asher Rees, the 2 Levines, Alex Hill, Scott Tennant.
Yeah, that was a big bunch of drivers that from Levine, or both Levines back Hill. That was a huge. Jay Holtham making a big dive on James Thine in that last corner, so that was a huge pack there for those miners.
Fastest lap, Todd Hemingway. Righto, let's go through top 10. 156, Trent James.
1NZ, Todd Hemingway in 2nd.
Then we go back to 72P, Simon Joblin.
991C, Harley Robb in 4th.
126G, Asher Rees.
6th spot to the 5W, Keegan Levine.
Then we go back to 2NZ, Ethan Levine.
8th spot, Alex Hill, 95N.
And then we go back to Scotty Tennant in the 808C.
And rounding out that top 10, it's the 46B of Quinn Ryan.
In behind them, we've got Braden Lennon in 4C.
James Stein, the 14C, 12th.
William Humphreys out of Palmerston North in the 94.
Jake Berry, 23C and 14th.
Ollie Sutton, 44C.
Then we go back to Adam Joblin, 62P, 16th.
And then 17th, 55C, Matt Radcliffe.
971, Jaden Ward in 18th.
Then we go back to the 48P of Brett Hislop.
52P of Scotty Joblin, 20th.
Then in 21st, the 7C of Riley Evans.
10C, Mike Hislop, 22nd.
Then we go 317, Jay Holtham.
He looks like he might have missed a lap there.
Yeah.
91 of Hippie Paul in 24th.
The 999 of Cam Rain.
And I think the rest are DNFs there.
DNFs.
Adam Groom, Josh Prentice, Dale Stewart,
Caelan
Keith, Shane Harwood, Malcolm Nartai, Kendall Ashton. So what's that, about 18 drivers DNF? That's a big chunk.
There's our race winner, the first heat, Trent James in the 156P. Fast.
Yeah, good young driver. Trent came up from grid 8 to take the win.
His partner, Braden Lennon, is it?
Yep, for 4C.
Finished 11th.
Okay.
And gents, don't rule out what Dale Stewart just did.
No.
He limped most of that race round,
Exactly.
and that was going to pay dividends at the back end of this meeting.
Yep.
And we've seen it before. Those points, even though he limped home, could be the difference between a podium or not.
Oh, exactly. You've got to get the points. Try and get as many as you can so you can get one of your partners into the shootout.
And how many drivers do you reckon going back in the pits and pulling the gear sets out and finding a completely different set, changing some tyre pressures, because that's what caught a few of them out. You could hear the cars on the limiters down the front straight here, and also those tyres in the corner where it's starting to rough up a wee bit, just full of mud.
Turn 3 obviously is going to play a havoc here tonight. Obviously 2 lines there. If you can get it up top, it looks like there's a good step up on that.
Yep.
That rut starting to form up. Wouldn't even say it's a rut. It's more just two racing levels.
Yep. So yeah, we've had a bit of rain here in Canterbury during the week, and so we've got a nice drivey track for them.
It just makes it.
It's got character.
Yeah.
Character.
Ruts is traction.
Yeah, it's character building. So we've got from all that horsepower to our mini stocks, and we'll swap out, and Tony T and Jared will come back in.
motorsport is in your blood, then Speedway Garage Palmerston North and Wanganui is your home away from home. From Speedway trivia nights, car reveals and good dirt track banter, along with great food that has our famous steaks, roast of the day and classic pub meals, Speedway Garage is the place to be. We look forward to hosting you at one of our 2 locations, 528 Main Street, Palmerston North or 45 Anzac Parade, Wanganui. Don't forget to check out the Pits TV Garden Bar. See you at the finish line. The right machinery and attention to detail is what it takes to produce precision engineering. At Phantom Engineering, they can do exactly that. Whether it's a race car or trailer build, or even alterations, through to anything you need built for the home, your work, or the farm. Come and chat to our team that will take the hassle away. The right gear, the right knowledge, and the right team. Phantom Engineering, 317 Waihola Highway, Melbourne, New Zealand.
If you break it, we can fix it. If you want it, we can build it at Phantom Engineering.
So certainly one of the drives for me there was Braden Lennon. He was on the last row of the grid to start that race, finished 11th. So that's
well, 2 things I can say. One, I can confirm that Stu's got warm ears, and secondly, it's the headset on. I'm just like North Island weather. Yeah, something's going on in that head. Anyway, you got some sort of heat generated up there. Anyway, but the Jay Holtham last corner, he made some moves, and it was cunning. It was. He knew what he was doing. He got down nice and low and managed to really benefit out of that.
He's really come on as a driver, just not thinking so much about that race particularly, but just in general. Over the last couple of seasons, he's progressed, hasn't he, and upskilled and generally just a very much better driver now than he was 3 seasons ago.
Some would suggest he's matured, but that would not be a word you'd normally associate with Jay.
With Huggies, no, you wouldn't, but his driving has. So there we go. All right, so that means we've finished our first round of racing, doesn't it? Sylvester V8 Performance bringing us that first heat of the Suck It Up Battle of the Stocks. Next up, Suck It Up themselves, sponsoring the Youth Mini Stocks. Event 6 on your program tonight.
Looks like we're going to have a 3-minute bell. Of course, if you're in the stadium and the 50-50 sellers are out there, do feel free to buy that ticket, one of those tickets.
Yep.
That sourcing into that goes to support our street stock teams and also our infrastructure development here at Koken Woodford Glen.
Infrastructure
development. Did I say something? Oh, it doesn't matter what I said.
Yeah, no, that is what you said. It's just one of those corporate speak terms that means nothing really.
It used to. I mean, I used to be in the corporate world until December.
Yep.
I've said that I'm on restraint of trade until a certain time, and after that I can say what I like. And I think my LinkedIn posts might be interesting the next few weeks.
Okay.
Anyway, as the Hooter has gone for the 72 car,
probably Emily Brooks, is that?
Yep.
Usually is in that car.
And we could surmise what's going on, but we can only assume it's going to be cable linkage or something, throttle linkage or something.
Well, I'm actually wondering if it's the ELS, because a number doesn't seem to be coming up in any of the ELS screens that have, when they've gone over the start finish.
To be fair, that will be mounted up near the front end of the car rather than around the bulkhead. So we'll see. She's been told to stay still because you're not allowed to move under the when you've got a 3-minute bell until the clerk of the course gives you permission, and that's for the safety of your crew and others on the track.
So the rest of the field just tooling around.
It's not the worst thing to happen is to have a little bit of track packing down at Enviro Waste.
I see the tractors out there as well, putting a bit of weight into the high part of turn 3.
Well, before that race, I was down at turn 4. I was actually down at the main gate. And as I walked back, and it was when the Saloons and Supers were out there, it was smooth through there.
Yep.
So those super stocks, I think, to be fair, it's tyre pressures that's cutting into the track with all that horsepower.
Yep. Okay, so the 72 car is pulled to the infield.
And slaps the steering wheel.
So definitely a bit of frustration with the car there. from the driver towards the car.
And one little advent here at Koken Woodford Glen, which you can't see from the track perspective, and maybe when the team I've got the cameras going in the pits later, is where our scales are. There is now a digital readout of the weight above the car or beside the cars. So it's very much like the American tracks, very visual.
Yes.
So as the cars get weighed, there's no question about what their weights are, and it's very public. And the 69 cars parked on the track.
So we're going to go down to the pits. We've got an interview with Trent James. No, we haven't. Okay, we do.
Hey guys, so I'm down here with Trent James. He's literally bending down behind the car. Trent James, just really quickly, you have well and truly thrown out a challenge to these South Island cars.
Yeah, managed to get away a bit there. Kind of caught myself by surprise. I was actually managing to pull away.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not very often we see Harley Robb getting passed like that at his home track.
Yeah, I knew once I got past him I had to get going, otherwise I'd say there would have been a decent punt coming into the corner for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. You could almost feel it coming. Listen, could you feel the presence of Asher and Todd, former and current 1NZ, barrelling down on you?
Yeah, I saw Todd in my mirror and I knew that he was kind of reeling in on me a bit, so when we started getting up to some lap traffic, had to pick your moment and make sure you went for it, because I knew he was coming in quick as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a drag race for the finish from the both of you, but like you say, you came up to that lap traffic and it just opened up for you and you were able to get away.
Yeah, sometimes it works in your favour, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, congratulations on your first win down here, Trent. Well done.
Sweet, thank you.
Cheers.
Alrighty, so there's Trent James, very happy with his first win in the Battle of the Stocks. Let's back on track here. We've got our youth mini stocks.
So we've got 12 parked down. I think we're having a war of attrition. We haven't even started
we haven't
the
even
race.
started. So Emily Brooks in the 72 car, she's on the infield already. The 12 car, David Pickles, was stationary on turn 4, but he's got going again and is rejoining. The 69 car's been trying to fire up ahead of the being pushed by the push car, but nothing's going. The rubber band's broken on that one. So finally the referee's had enough and said, look, just let's go racing, watch the lights, start the race.
Yeah, it's a matter of remembering who's the entree and who's the main course, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So 58 of Louis Kerr off the front there with the 68 of Cowden Jackson. And as they come out of turn 4, Brian will wave the big fluffy green thing and away we go.
Fluffy?
Well, it's not. Yeah, okay. 112, Paige McNally has absolutely blitzed around the outside to get to the lead. Had a great Mini Stocks in Paradise event, I think Paige did, and qualified for the main event up there, and she's had a great season, you'd have to say, in youth Mini Stocks. Car bouncing around a little out of between 3 and 4. In fact, all of the cars getting a little bit of airtime there as they work their way through. That'll add to the excitement. But Paige McNally in the 112 ahead of the 77 machine there of
Johnson.
Johnson, that's the one. The 48 car out of Nelson holding on to 3rd place. We've got Connor Turner in the 15 car and coming up very rapidly up the inside there with the track opening up the 423 car as well. So Paige McNally, 2 laps into this race, has already opened up a lead of about 6 or 8 car lengths over the 48 machine of Lockie Martin out of Nelson. I see Jace has very helpfully added the driver list on the side of the screen there for us. The 77 car of Dylan Johnson is currently in 3rd place. Connor Turner in the 15. The 93 of Clayton Hawke is there. And that 423 car, that's Jackson Dacomb, of course, and keeping the rest of them very honest indeed. The 18 machine of Aidan Waihi from Palmerston North, just ahead of Zoe Bland in the 31 car. The Valandrin, that's Marcel in the 59 car, tucked in behind her with the 14 of Ollie Stephen and the rest of the field going back through. I did call the 12 as David Pickles, of course. It's Danica Pickles. David just a bit too old to be racing in youth mini stocks. So out front, Paige McNally still has about 8 car lengths lead. The battle is for second place between Martin and Connor Turner. Turner seems to have muscled his way through and got to second place in the race. Don't think Lockie Martin's going to give up that easily though. 77 car bounces a little bit wide and loses some pace to Jackson Dacomb, who's using the slightly smoother inside line through turn 4 to his advantage, you'd have to say, keeping a little bit more pace, sacrifices a bit of pace out of 3 to square the car up early, whereas everyone else is bouncing out and round to the wall. He's keeping it down low and getting a bit more exit speed out of turn 4. And suddenly Paige McNally's lead is evaporating as Connor Turner pokes the nose up the inside through 3 and 4 and looks as though he's going to make the inside pass stick. Paige McNally running hard and fast round the outside. I don't think she touched the brakes much there at all, and just keeps it off the wall. Neither did he though. Lockie Martin battling with Jackson Dacomb for 3rd and 4th, and these 4 have cleared out slightly from the 18 car of Aidan Waihi and the 77 of Dylan Johnson. Now back marker coming into play here, that's the 19 machine of Chloe Turner. And
was our race leader's sister.
Yeah. So Paige McNally gets back in front as a result of that. I think Connor was a little bit more polite going past sister than Paige was. And Paige McNally down the back straight on the last lap of this race. Connor Turner got everything to do to try and get past. Oh, Paige McNally's car bounces sideways, she keeps it off the wall, but Connor Turner and Lockie Martin slip through to take 1st and 2nd, Paige 3rd, and Jackson Dacomb in 4th place.
As they keep it all together, just getting our 1st and 2nd place, just getting a little caught out at turn 4.
There was a smooth way round there, and there was a bouncy way round there. And as kids want to do, they tend to take the bouncy castle route, which was the slightly faster entry speed, but it certainly compromised your exit speed.
So as we look to the results, Connor Turner taking away the race win over Lockie Martin there with Paige McNally. Jackson Dacomb got into 4th. Aidan Waihi coming in 5th. Dylan Johnson in the 77 for 6th. Ollie Stephen in the 14C 7th. Zoe Bland, Clayton Hawke and Marcel Verlander in the 59C rounding out our top 10. Fastest lap time was Connor Turner at 21.7 in that race, so pretty consistent with the first race for lap times. And actually, it's saying Paige McNally at 21.8.
Connor Turner did a 21.7 on that last lap, and I think that was in fact the fastest lap, so well done to Connor Turner. Alrighty, whilst the youth mini stocks tidy themselves up, the stock cars are on the dummy grid ready to come out for Heat 2 of the Battle of the Stock Cars, courtesy of Suck It Up Limited, and that particular race is going to be brought to us by Total Access.
And down from the last Superstock race, Bianca, I believe you have a bright yellow 808 down there.
Yeah, I sure do. I've got Scott Tennant, of course, you're piloting QTR4, Scott. Hey, the track looks absolutely mint tonight, but tell us, your partner didn't finish. You're going to have to take one for the team.
Yeah, I tried to get as many points as I could. I seen old Josh, he got a good start and then started to struggle a bit, and then, flat tyres happened, but it's like that. We'll regroup and come back stronger in the next one. Track's pretty challenging, like with all the holes and stuff like that, so should be better for the next one, hopefully.
If you look up and down pit lane, Scott, every single car is doing a few setup changes. Is that to compete with the track? Pretty much, yeah. We're trying to keep the car loose so you can still turn and get through all the holes nice, but you want the drive as well so you can go down the straights fast. So it's a balancing act, and everyone's trying to fine-tune their setup, so yeah, be a battle next one. I think there was only 1 or 2 cars that didn't have their car up on Jackson. If we look right down the end at 156, I believe he might be your competition at the minute. Yeah, well, he was the only one that was able to drive away from the field, so whatever Tret's doing, we need to copy him and see if we can keep up with him next time. I'll see if I can go down and secretly film him, eh? Bring you back some tips. Yeah. But hey, good luck for the rest of the weekend, Scott. Always nice talking to you. Awesome, and cheers for everyone watching at home. Thank you. Cheers, thank you.
And as we see the stock cars come out, let's quickly revisit our top 5 or 6 places in the pairs.
Yeah, so our top pairs are Craig Robb in the 911, the 212V of Blair Reeve Smith, 57. points. 361 and the 991, 55 points. 121C, 172P, 51 points. 15V and 88C, 43 points. And rounding that top 5, the 374C and 174P on 40.
As we look to the grids for the second stock car race, Harley Rob must have picked the number stuck on the side of the bin tonight. 991C will be on pole with Jaden Gerard in the 29 to the outside. Then we have Hayden Barker in the 84S with Daniel Burmeister in P4.
174P, Brennan Lamont, and the 91B, Zane Pillin on row 3 off row 4. The 59C of Brad Rosewarne, 5R, Dion Henderson.
Then we have Taylor Lamp in the 992S. The 69W of Kane McDonald beside him. Sorry, Stu, couldn't help it. Justin White in the 94B will be joined by Sam Jack in the 197.
From grid 13, it is the 10W Ben Ellis, and alongside will be the 3NZ Kyle Rowe. Off grid 15, the 5C Connor Phillips, and to his outside, the 71C Jason Brooks.
P17 will be the 435 of Luke Malloy to the outside, race winner from race 1, Clinton Cheatham. Then we go back to Sinead McNally in the 121C with Daniel Cox in P20.
P21, 15V, Callum Sturzaker out of Wanganui, and the 911C, Craig Robb. We go P23, it's a 212V, Bleary Smith, also out of Wanganui, and the 46C, Brooke McPherson.
Then Houston Jr. in the 374 will be joined by Tyler Horton in P26. Carl Garnett in the 92A will be joined by Jack Honeybone in the 934T.
From 29, it's the 606C, Josh Brosnan, and the 88C, Troy Cleveland. 1NZ, Caleb Ireland on 31, and off the back with him, the 964C, Melissa Gifford.
And that is our stock car out. Unfortunately, already we've got one on the infield.
The 4-3. Oh, you got one on the infield. Oh, Brooke McPherson and Luke Malloy, the 435 at the pit gate as well.
Now, Luke Malloy, whilst contracted to Christchurch, actually lives in Invercargill, and he travels up. He's pretty much been to every stock car meeting we've had here at Koken Woodford Glen this season. And I know at one point he even drove up through Central just so he could get a practice run at Cromwell before coming to Woodford Glen one night.
Nice. That's the dedication you like to see. And that is what brings results as well in future.
He's certainly, and he's, of course, if you look at the gents working on the car, you'll notice one of them is the father of a stock car driver out there, Dale Honeybone, the father of Jack Honeybone. So there's a little bit of shared knowledge going on in that camp just to get those cars faster and faster.
Yeah, I know with Jack, he is pumped to be back in the seat. It's been a wee while. He obviously done that North Island tour, I think last season he done a big North Island tour, and so hasn't pedalled away too much. He's too busy being Red Bull racing trolley carts.
I saw that. Yeah, and what something look. Yeah, of course, the Rees tour around the corner for us here in the South Island.
Yep.
I think it was 5 or 6 years ago we last had it.
Yes.
Awesome tour and event, and of course this year also it is it Paul Vasey retirement run?
Yes.
So we're looking
hopefully
forward to
Vase will bring his magic roller skates as well with him. Of course, he's a former national inline hockey champion.
Inline hockey, not the old roller skates. So he's actually young enough to still have blades.
But he's got the roller skates as well as the blades. Yeah, put on some great tricks. Hopefully, he puts them on for you guys when he comes down.
We'll try and give him a smooth surface to do it on. Might be in the club rooms later on.
So a few laps underway as they just wait for, what have we got? Just over a minute left on the 3-minute bell. Looks like the crew are happy with it though. Was that a bit of power steering fluid going in possibly?
It did look like that. And so Brooke McPherson on the infield. It looks like we've just lost the one at this point.
What is it with these Christchurch cars before the races start, mate?
I'm not the right person to ask that question.
Who's going to be the next race? We've had Brad, we've had Brooke. Who else have you got that starts with a B out of Christchurch?
No, none of the Robs have. No. It's one of those things.
Exactly.
All the best plans of mice and men. You can prepare the best you can, and one of the things I've always said is it takes just as much effort to lose as it does to win.
Yep. Caleb Island this weekend driving Dylan Robb's car. He's left Yank the Spank at home, and he's brought his flag with him though. Flies proudly on the wing. Oh, you're joking.
You jinxed it, Stu. That's Harley Robb. In the
it wasn't meant, so it wasn't supposed to happen this race. We were meant to lose a car before the next race, and Harley, of course, was starting on pole.
He's just given them an opportunity to get an advantage.
Okay, there's something down on the track as well in turn 3. So maybe
you might find.
Did Harley lose that, or did Harley maybe run over that? Who knows?
Well, the tyres are still all up, and Harley's getting out of the car.
Okay,
I wonder if it's something silly like a drive shaft.
Of course, Harley second on points with Clinton Cheatham. He finished up 10th in the first race. Clinton taking the win. He's having a look in the back of it. Maybe.
Yeah, she's going to be a lifting job, I think, and I think he's pointed to somewhere on the track.
Yeah, that possibly might have been Harley's part then that's missing. You could well be right with the drive shaft yarn there.
You normally know, because it does make a whir of a noise when it decides to part stage left.
Okay, well that leaves the 29C on the front row. Jaden Gerard by himself.
Well, 84S.
Hayden Barker gets a free run now.
Hopefully his brakes are working when he gets to the corner.
Daniel Burmeister, Brendan Learmont, Zane Pullen, Brad Rosewarne. A couple of Vortec chassis side by side there with Brad and Dion Henderson.
Yep. Yes, very.
That car, I believe, sold as well of Dion's after this weekend.
Up north or south?
Possibly gets left here.
Because I know there's one in the there's a Vortec for Sale and Palmy too, which we'll wait to see where that pops up. Of course, the Vortec chassis comes out of Vortec Engineering out here in Rangiora, and tri-rail underneath.
So they're just going to move Harley's car into a bit of a safer place.
Yeah, you don't want to be parked there when the pack come in.
So just the two spots on the gap, two spots on the grid that I can see, and that being the Harley Robb spot and the Brooke McPherson spot.
And
everyone else looks to be in line.
Justin White is the partner of Brooke McPherson, so the 94B car, and Harley Robb's partner is actually Clinton Cheatham, so that that hurts a little bit.
Yeah, it does, but they're still not down and out with that solid points haul in the first one. Not saying you get a free run, but it gives you a little bit to work with. Underway, Hayden Barker, sure enough, what a jump he got, the 84S, off and gone. They push the 29 wide, Burmeister tucks from the outside in, and it's a pile-up galore. Kane McDonald causing that. The 69W goes round through the back of the pack. 29 to the infield. McDonald the wrong way. 5C as well out of this one by the looks. It's Hayden Barker that gets us through the first lap though. Craig Robb's got problems. The 911. Our pairs points leader, that is Craig Robb. Burmeister now. The 172. Oh, has he got a right rear gone?
He's got something
He
in
is
the back
stuck out high, and either that tyre or suspension's gone. We'll see it when it comes around, but Barker leads it. Brad Rosewarne looking to make up a move on Taylor Lamb. The 172 is going to pull to the infield here, and he'll be out of this one as Daniel Burmeister. We also lose the 435 Luke Malloy. Barker over Brad Rosewarne. Back to the 992S. Taylor Lamp. Dion Henderson in the 5R. 174 Learmont. Oh, he's gone round. Ben Ellis takes up the 5th spot. Back to Carl Garnett. He's having a good run tonight. 94 sitting in behind him. Out of Hawke's Bay, Justin White, Callum Sturzaker, Blair Reeves Smith, Troy Cleveland, the 88C, Kyle Rowe, the 3NZ, chased down by Jack Honeybone, Melissa Gifford, Zane Pullen. Looks like Josh Brosnan making some moves in the GRD chassis. Up the inside there of Shanae McNally and Tyler Horton. The infield is looking pretty packed as it is early in the race. 7 laps to go. Cleveland looking for a move up the inside of White in the 94. Kyle Rowe makes a move as well. Still Hayden Barker away out in front. The 84, Taylor Lamb, secured that second spot. Now Dion Henderson making a move here for third. Over Brad Rosewarne, back to Ben Ellis. Oh, that car looks tidy with the Ford Y on it as Ben Ellis' car. We go red for the 1NZ. Caleb Island down in the wall there in turn 4. And we lose the 94B to the infield as well.
So there
being Justin White.
Of course, one of the reasons we can run the 32 cars this weekend is because we have extra officials, and you can see one of our spotters directly in front of the 1NZ car.
Yep.
So
that's part of the deal there, is to have the spotters in each corner.
74, can you drive forward until I say stop? 74, drive forward until I say stop.
So just correcting a couple of the positions.
Yes, Caleb Ireland has been asked for a lift.
Okay, now go back a bit.
Now I just wonder,
Go backwards.
with Craig Robb parked on the infield and he rolled to the infield, Harley Robb on the infield, and now Dylan's car, whether we're all experiencing similar issues be courtesy of possibly just part of the track.
Well, that is a good point, although Shanae McNally out there and Zane Pullum in the 91.
Oh, the 74 cars are Rob chassis or so, and then there's a few of them. Have come back home to roost with drivers at Woodford Glen here.
Tidy car. It's like down here. It's at the Rob chassis. Up home, the Lamp chassis starting to make its name. So it's good to see these young fellas whipping up some good cars.
Well, one of the things you see when you go racing is that, and I'm sure you're more than aware of this, is that it's the backup and the support.
Yep.
Now, that's not to say that any other chassis builders are better or worse. It's just, but when they're on another island, it becomes challenging.
It does.
And when you want parts and bits and pieces, and you're reliant on freight companies, sometimes it's really handy to have a place you can just drop your car off, get the side rolls done, or get whatever done in a reasonable time frame.
And a point of difference as well.
Yeah, well, I mean,
too. You can all have the same car and go the same speed, or you can change something up.
Well, let's be fair. There's a relatively prolific family building race cars in the in the Foxton area, but they're all pretty good drivers.
Yeah.
So you buy one of their cars, and so you get a overweight middle-aged man like myself who buys one of those cars with the best parts in it.
You're going to go no good, aren't you?
How good compared to Asher Rees? How am I going to fare? Or Ethan Rees? How am I going to fare?
Yep.
So
we are going to be useless.
It's about lap 8.
That's generous.
No, I can make 8 laps. 4 if I got to run. Actually, no, half if I got to run. Oh, I don't run anymore.
There's a bit of admin to get this 1NZ off the track, isn't there?
I guess there's going to be some design alterations on Dylan's chassis to get the bar under the back. The good thing is the workshop is only 5 minutes down the road if they have to zoom out to get something tonight.
Oh, there we go. It looks like our top 10 at the moment. Hayden Barker, 84S, leads it from Taylor Lamp, the 992S. 59C, Brad Rosewarne. And we go back to the 5R, Dion Henderson alongside. 10W, Ben Ellis. 92A, Carl Garnett. 15V, Callum Sturzaker. Troy Cleveland in the 88C, and the 3NZ of Kyle Rowe, 212V, Blair Reeves Smith. So,
how hard is it to tow a car off the track? I mean, perhaps it's harder than I thought. You know, I'm willing to
like
accept
rocket
it's more
science.
difficult than I, thought as a non-expert, but nonetheless.
I reckon Dylan probably could have got out there, fixed the problem, and driven the car. Hey, there we go.
There we go. We've lifted it up. Now we've got to navigate our way through an appropriate gap.
Oh, that's a fair bit of fluid on the ground there.
Has, isn't it? Diff fluid, I suspect.
What we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10 cars on the infield. So a third of the field out of this one. We Taylor Lamp, P9 up to P2.
Actually looking
6 to go
at the pits TV.
Yeah,
there's something hanging off the diff. I actually think he might have broken the front of the nugget, or the drive shaft's not connected. Certainly something hanging under the back of the 1NZ/191 car. Suspect there might be a shortage of diff oil in Christchurch tomorrow.
6 to run. It'll be 5 to run as Hayden Barker makes his way to the line. With Taylor Lamp in chase, and then we've got those Vortec cars of Brad Rosewarne and Dean Henderson in behind. Green's on, and Barker off and away he goes. Now Lamp trying to cover Rosewarne. He got a great jump over Henderson. Henderson as well up the inside of the 992. Moves into third, and Lamp drops a couple to fourth. Ben Ellis in fifth. Garnett, Sturzaker, Cleveland, Rowe. We go back to Blair Reeves Smith and Honeybone. So the 197 just sparks up the wall there, courtesy of Tyler Horton, the 74. Clinton Cheatham is just sitting outside of that top 10. About 11th, 12th, 13th for Cheatham at the moment. And look at Henderson. Henderson's just throwing haymakers at Rosewarne with 3 to run. The 5R makes his way up into that second spot. Taylor Lamp isn't giving an inch as well. And Ben Ellis is going to make his way through into fourth here, courtesy of Lamp pushing Rosewarne out of the way. In fact, Lamp's gone up into second. That rut is starting to really get them out of 4. So we got the curb at the midpoint, and we got the rut in 4. Ben Ellis round the outside of Carl Garnett. Rosewarne's dropped back to 7th spot here, the 59. He was sitting in second. We get the white flag. 1 to run for Hayden Barker. Taylor Lamp, Brad Rosewarne, Ben Ellis, a much better run. Kyle Rowe into that 5th spot. He'll be defending that 3NZ here next season at the New Zealand Stock Car title. But it's Hayden Barker. Taylor Lamp takes a dive, he kicks real wide. Barker's going to take the win. It's a drag to the line between the rest. Lamp, Henderson, Rowe, Ellis. Wait for our top 10 to come up, but what a drive.
Henderson hit that rut and just about stopped. Ellis had nowhere to go. That was hard on gear. But now we take all those points and we put them in a mixer and shake them all up, because Hayden Barker taking away the race when they're followed by Lamp. Henderson, really interesting last corner for him. Kyle Rowe, the 3NZ, he goes really well around here. Ben Ellis and the 10W managing to get some good points after the first race. Carl Garnett in the 92A. Callum Sturzaker in the 15V. 88C Troy Cleveland. Blair Reeves Smith in the 212. And Brad Rosewarne. It looked oh so close with the battle between him and Henderson, but he slipped back to 10th in the latter laps.
11th through 20th. We got Jack Honeybone in the 11th spot, the 934T. 964C, Melissa Gifford. She came from grid 32 up to 12. 20 spot gain for the 964. 606 of Josh Brosnan in 13th. Clinton Cheatham, our Heat 1 winner, in 14th. Then we go back to Sam Jack, the 197 in 15th. 16th to the 74C, Tyler Horton. 17th, 174P, Brendan Learmonth. 18th, the 374C of Dave Houston Jr. 19th to the 71C, Jason Brooks. And 20th to the 9C of Daniel Cox.
Then Kane McDonald in the 69W21. Zane Pull in the 91B. And I Perking, he was the last going car, although Sinead McNally recorded as the one in the 121 as 23rd.
Yeah, I think Sinead did just finish. The rest of them.
That, we drop away with Justin White, Caldwell and Burmeister, Malloy, Gerard Phillips and Craig Robb. All on the infield, as was Harley Robb, who didn't start.
And Brooke McPherson.
Brooke McPherson was 32.
Yes, 32. So, yeah, big move there. 964 up to just out of that top 10. She moved up 20 spots. So looking, the 10W, Ben Ellis, moved it from 13th to 5th. Who else have we got looking at? Cheatham only made up 4 spots to 361. Rowe 14th to 4th. Henderson was 8th. Yeah, so Barker obviously 3, but he had that front row open for him. Sturzaker 21. Bleary Smith was 23. They've all made it into that top 10. So, like you say, those points, they've been shaken well and truly up, and some big names with some big DNFs.
As we look to the chute, we'll be back shortly with our super saloons and our saloons, and they will come out, and they'll no doubt, based on the water door, a little bit of track packing before we go racing again.
At Mag & Turbo Christchurch, we are New Zealand's largest Cooper tyres dealer. Made and tested in America at Cooper's purpose-built test facility, Cooper tyres are one of the best brands in the world for both their on and off-road capabilities. We have Cooper tyres in stock to fit all small to large four-wheel drives and constantly see customers getting up to 100,000 kilometres mileage from them. So if you want the highest quality of tyres for your vehicle, backed up with the best after-sales service around, get down to the number 1 Mag & Turbo Tyre and Service Centre.
The St. Nicholas is a familiar sight around Bluff as she steams out to capture Can-Do Fishing's famous Bluff Kinner. Once caught, the Kinner is brought back to the purpose-built factory in Bluff where it is processed, packed and shipped fresh to you. But that's not all that Can-Do Fishing can do for you. Try some of their green-boned fish or delicious power products and you will soon see why seafood from the Bluff is world famous. So head to your local fish market or supermarket and ask for Can-Do Fishing Kinner, fish or power. Can-Do Fishing, there's nothing we can't do for you.
Our summer thing, Tony?
Well, this is our summer thing. This thing called Koken Woodford Glen.
Still summer?
Yep. Well, did we have a summer? I don't know. We've had a season of Woodford Glen.
You're the meteorologist of the two of us.
Well, yes, it's true. But no, I've enjoyed this season at Woodford Glen. Of course, we've still got some more racing to come. We've got our modified invasion coming up in a couple of weeks' time.
And for the ones that love to contact, we've got the Reese Tour.
Reese Tour.
And that's both. That's going to be a lot of super stocks here and a different variety of cars. Some of them we haven't seen here for a long time, if at all.
Yeah, indeed. So saloons are back out on the track. We're just down to the one super saloon now. I see Peter Scouten sitting down in the crowd there. So he's parked up for the rest of the night. Sam Waddell under a bit of pressure from the 54 car of Ryan Marsden. Wouldn't Ryan like to make a point here and pass the 1NZ super saloon round the outside? Not going to happen though, I don't think. Oh, opportunity runs up the inside though. As Waddell gets very crossed up and sideways and Ryan Marsden gets to the lead. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a parking lot behind him and it's going to go yellow and not count for anything. Damn, Ryan Marsden was quids in there. But the 71 car of Willie Woodhouse, the 22 of Dougal McClymont, and I think it's the 7 of Scott Woodhouse was the initial car causing that problem to start with. All sideways across the track, so we've gone yellow. And we'll mind the technical issues up in the commentary box here. Nothing fatal.
To be fair, Tony, we have this big screen, it's called a window.
Yeah, we do.
Just our replay screen's decided it doesn't want to play with us.
So Scott Woodhouse probably at the back of the field, I would suggest. Sam Waddell.
We're going to go next time round, so grid up, we're going to go next time round.
No. Grid up says the referee, so it's a full restart.
Well,
Ryan Marsden certainly keen to race the 1NZ Super Saloon there. I mean, in the past, he's respec'd that 54 saloon as a super saloon, hasn't he?
He has, and there was some variation done to it. It's certainly back to saloon specs now. But, I think engine capacity-wise, it wasn't much off what a saloon is.
So take 2 for Saloons and the 1 Super Saloon and Woodford Glen, and away we go again. Green, and again Marsden putting the pressure with a great start there, putting the pressure on the Super Saloon in front of him. The 4.33 of Matt Peterson having a good run there in second place as well. Scott Woodhouse keeps it together ahead of Fisher. The 3 of Osborne making up places already. We go back to Mackenzie and Gardner. The 71 of Sangster the Gangster, and the 22 of McClymont at the back of the field at the moment. So we've all got through 3 and 4, and in fact down the front straight and through 1 and 2 again satisfactorily, and the 1NZ car piloted by Sam Waddell avoiding some of those ruts this time round, getting his nose in front. The real race though, is led by the 54 of Ryan Marsden, whose car gets fully airborne there on turn 2. I hope that Pits TV have got a replay of that for us later on. The 4.33 of Matt Peterson closing up on him. A few car lengths back to Fisher in that silver 92, and then the 3NZ Osborne car making steady progress towards the front of this field, leaving behind Scott Woodhouse in the 7, the 48 of Gardner, the 84 of Mackenzie, the 22 of McClymont, and Sangster at the back of the field. So, out front, on track, Sam Waddell in the 1NZ Stealth Super Saloon. You'd have to say he's starting to get the hang of it. Doesn't take him long. I dare say he's a fairly talented driver, that guy. He's picked it up quickly. But the real race
came with the surname, I think.
Didn't it? The real race. I'm just joking. The real. No, I'm not joking. I mean, he is a really talented. I'm tying myself in verbal knots here. The 54 of Ryan Marsden leads the real saloon race, though. A couple of car lengths ahead of Matt Peterson. 3NZ Ashton Osborne trying to bridge the gap to them. But this track isn't an easy one to keep a consistent pace on. It's a little bit rough and rocky higher up, which is where Ashton likes to play. And I think he's finding it's a little difficult to keep the power consistently into the dirt here at the moment, particularly through 3 and 4. That exit to on turn 4 is quite rocky. So we're just 3 laps to go now as the lead car on track, the Super Saloon, makes its way across start finish. And he's about to come onto the back marker, the 71 of Willie Woodhouse. It's not Sangster the Gangster, is it? The car looks the same, but it's 71 Willie Woodhouse.
Spun car in front of our race leader.
And that was nearly an issue, and we're still green, which is just a little surprising, but let's let everyone go past and see if that spun car can make it to the infield. It does. We're on the white flag lap. And there we are, the 48 car gets back up and running again. But here's the on-track winner, the 1NZ of Sam Waddell. The 71 Willie Woodhouse, I've got to get that right, is almost a lap down. But the first of the saloons is Ryan Marsden in the 54, ahead of 4.33 Matt Peterson and the 3 of Ashton Osborne. We go back to Fisher, and then we've got Scott Woodhouse in the 7, Stan McKenzie and Kevin Gardner. And near the back of the field, Willie Woodhouse. Is Willie actually driving that 71 car tonight?
Yes, he is.
No, Billy Lee Woodhouse.
Oh, Billy, sorry. Billy.
Yeah,
Billy's
it's Billy Lee Woodhouse,
my
which
mistake.
didn't look like his driving style, and I couldn't quite work out what was going on there, apart from the fact I was calling it completely the wrong car. It's Billy Lee Woodhouse in Dad's car.
To throw everybody off, I did see Willie Woodhouse driving Peter Skelton's car through the pits, which got me confused before the meeting even started.
Okay.
But looking at that, Sam Waddell raced track winner, but in the saloons, Ryan Marsden taking it away from Matt Peterson, Ashton Osborne, Brendan Fisher, Scott Woodhouse, Dougal McClymont there in 7th, Billy Woodhouse, Stan McKenzie, and I think Kevin Gardner, whilst recorded, is finished. I know he's done as retired.
So the checkered flag to Ryan Marsden, second on the track, but first of the saloons. Give him a round of applause as he goes round. That race was brought to us by Towman Towing. So we're back on track again with our mini stocks. L&J Cartage bringing us this, event 9 on the program. Off the front of the grid there, we've got the 12 car of David Pickles and the 26 of 26 of Ollie McCartney. These guys are actually running a pairs points competition tonight. So similar in a way to Battle of the Stocks, but they're just running it over the one night tonight. And at the moment, the two leading pairs are the pair of Nick Weir in the 56 car and Glenn Marsden in the 35. They're both on 19 points. Second place pairing is Oliver McCartney in the 26 car and the 55 of Tom Harris, also on 19 points. So they're not really in second place, they're tied for first. And then 1 point back to the pairing of Shaden Andrew McCartney in the 93 and Melissa Knowles in the 42. So those are your front runners at the moment, but these guys will be running, well, at least 3 heats tonight. It might even be 4, I'm not sure. No, it's just the 3 heats tonight for their pairs championship.
It's with mild amusement. I listen to you call the names out, and there's a whole bunch of super stock drivers going, Tom Harris? What? He's what? What? Tom Harris? No, it's a different one.
Different one.
Different one. He didn't fly back to drive a mini stock, I promise you.
Yeah, 55 GM Tom Harris from the coast. He's brought the white bait with him.
Yes, well.
Something like that. Anyway, David Pickles, Ollie Stephen, and Jordan Cox going to almost go 3 wide there as we go into turn 1, but Cox just drops off the pace a little bit. One of the Hawley cars is there as well. Is that the 85 of Tyler Hawley, I think? 35 of Marsden in the mix too. Leah Rowland's coming through as well. We've gone red because we've got a car in the wall on the front straight here.
We're just like referees. It happened right in front of us and we never saw it. As the 84 car parked in the wall. To be fair, I'm going to use the defence. I got a pillar and a TV screen in the way, but
yeah, I'm going to use the defence. I was following the lead cars.
That's cool. Well, no, I know.
So it's Stu's fault.
No, Stu was the one that poked me in the back and said,
right,
"Look out there."
So we're just going to pick that car up. That's one of the Hawley cars, Emmy Hawley, isn't it? In the 84, I think. Not quite sure what happened there. If
it's a special on hot dogs in the pits.
I don't know if Chase has got a replay for us, but that car nose into the wall just ahead of the pit gate.
It is a prerequisite in Speedway when you get to the corner to turn left.
Indeed. And the car lifted up.
Is the rear line cars. The question is, how bad is the front end of the 84 car after giving the wee nudge?
They're pretty hard things to destroy. Here we are.
We've
got a replay.
You requested Tony, and moved over on the...
Bit of contact with the red car, which would be Mason Bland, I think. The 131.
4, 3, 2, 1, green.
So we're green and away racing again, and a slightly slow start by David Pickles there has allowed Tyler Hall in the 85 and Ollie McCartney on the 26 to get ahead of him off the start, even though he was the lead car at the red light. Glenn Marsden still holding on to 4th place there. Leah Rowland's coming in hot as well, with Shaden Andrew McCartney as well, and Jordan Cox side by side rattling round out of turn 4. So that's 2 laps completed now for Tyler Hawley in the 85 car. Got a couple of car lengths over Ollie McCartney in the 26. We go back to Pickles and Rowlands. Already putting Caitlin Ross a lap down there. The car's bouncing around out of turn 4. They've got to pick their line very, very carefully there. If they do, they can keep the power up and get some real advantage. If they don't, they put their car in real jeopardy of zipping out to the wall.
Well, we've seen to years past we would have just driven into the rut and rolled the cars.
Yes, we've slight improvement over that. So Ollie McCartney in the 26 car is taken over the lead, but he's got Hawley right on his rear bumper. There's barely a car length between them. A couple of car lengths back to the 12 of Pickles is under pressure from Shady. A few car lengths further back to Jordan Cox, who's holding off Marsden for the time being, and the 41 of Leah Rowlands. Side by side down the front straight as they go across start finish this time round. Hawley and McCartney, not much between them. They're swapping places pretty much lap for lap. They've pulled away slightly from Shady, who's got ahead of Pickles in the 12 car. A few car lengths back to Jordan Cox and Glenn Marsden and Rowlands, who are racing close there in the mid-pack. Rest of the field spread far and wide round the track. Caitlin Ross about to get lapped again here as the 26 car tries to get alongside. Hawley can't quite make it. Shady's got a great run out of turn 2 to join this leading pair and gets the inside pass done on his brother to take over second place. You'd have to say that Shade and Andrew McCartney at the moment, the quickest of the cars out there. Ollie putting a bit of pressure on the rear bumper, a little bit of Morse code there to let Shady know that he's still there. And that's just allowed Hawley to pull away fractionally. Just 2 laps to go now as they go cross start finish. Pickles dropping back off this battle, and then we go back to the battle between Cox and the 41 of Rowlands. Glenn Marsden in the 35 and the 56 coming into the picture there, battling with them as well. That's Nick Weir. So white flag this time round for Tyler Hawley. He's led quite a few of these laps. Shady hasn't, but you just wonder if the last corner pass is going to be on for him, as they've left Ollie McCartney behind in third place. Will Shady make the dive? I think he's got too much to make ground to make up. Indeed, Tyler Hawley with a good line through 4 takes the race win from a fast Shade and Andrew McCartney in second place, and we go back through the field from there. Oliver McCartney, Pickles, Rowlands, Marsden, Cox and Weir.
Now, if we look at the results, it actually says Emmy Hawley won it. Now, we know it wasn't because that was her brother that won it. I just wonder if they've switched ELSs in the pits, because that's where
they must have done. It's definitely the 85 car. You can see the 5 on the side of it when it goes past. So that was the winning car that race, not the 84 that the ELS says.
No, so the Shade and Andrew McCartney and Oliver McCartney in the second and third place spots. The mini stocks, they will garner some more points. They'll fix the 84 car, and we once again go back to a little bit of deja vu. This is going to be race 2 of the Super Stocks, Tony.
Absolutely, looking forward to it. That'll be event 10 on your program, brought to us by MDS Diesel Specialists. And a big thank you also to Malcolm Nartai and the Suck It Up team for sponsoring the whole meeting tonight and tomorrow night. Battle of the Stocks just wouldn't be the same if Suck It Up wasn't on the sponsorship list, or leading the sponsorship list. So there you go. We're going to hand over to Stu and Ivan, and you'll be back with some more action on track very shortly.
Yeah, while we wait for those super stocks to hit the track, Ivan, mate, we have got the points from Heat 1, after Heat 1, and it is Trent James, the 156 of Trent James, the 4C, Brado Lennon, leading the charge on 54 points at the moment. Couple of young fellas there.
Yep.
Simon Joblin, the 72P, paired up with the 317C, Jay Holtham, on 51 points, and rounding that top 3, the 1NZ Todd Hemingway and 23C Jake Berry on 49 points. So
pretty close there when you have a look at a couple of the other points in behind them. They're on 48 points in that.
Yep.
So Alex Hill, Quinn Ryan, you wouldn't write those guys off either.
Harley Rob, William Humphreys, both on 48 as well. So then that was a big haul of points for the 1NZ of Todd Hemingway as well in that first heat.
Exactly. Well, these guys are coming out. Just a little community notice. If you've got nothing on tomorrow morning, shoot out to Swannanoa School. You've got the annual country fair on, so there's crafts and everything. We like to support locals because they come and support us. Shoot out to Swannanoa School. Gates open at 10 o'clock. Go and get a treat and then come back. Let's get into the grids.
Row 1, Keegan Levine, the 5Ws off pole. You got Shane Harwood in the 3NZ to his outside.
Then we go back to the 19C, Malcolm Nartai, with Quinn Ryan from the Bay on his outside.
Row 3, the 317C, Jay Holtham, and the 44C, Ollie Sutton.
Then we go back to the 52P of Scott Joblin. Then we've got the 48P of Bundy out of Palmerston North, Brett Hislop.
Row 5, William Humphreys, the 94P, and the 10C of Mike Hislop.
Then we go back to the 1NZ, Todd Hemingway, Jaden Ward in that flash red car.
Row 7, Cam Rain, the 999C, and Adam Grubman, the 9B.
Then we go back to the 4C, Braden Lennon. On the outside of him, 231, Kaylin Keith.
Row 9, it's the 991C Harley Robb and the 23R Kendall Ashton.
Then we go back to the 95N, Alex Hill, with the 2NZ, Ethan Levine.
From row 11, the 72P Simon Joblin, the 126G of Asher Rees.
Then we go back to the 23C, Jake Berry, with our first race winner, Trent James, in the 156P.
Row 13, it's the 5G Josh Prentice, 62P Adam Joblin.
Then we've got Riley Evans in the 7C, with Happy Paul in the 91C.
Row 15, 808C Scott Tennant, 94R Dale Stewart.
And bringing up the rear, the 55C of Matt Radcliffe with the 14C of James Stein.
32 competitors out there. We'll see if everyone has made it on track as they come in to grid up. The start vehicle backing across the track. 5W Keegan Levine, new dad this week. Little baby Riley's first Speedway event and first flight and first everything. It all happens at once here. Battle of the Stocks. What a way to start your first Speedway meeting.
Front row, the 3NZ, the ITM sponsored machine out of Nelson. Shane Harwood knows his way around here.
Yeah, we get to claim him as a North Islander this week.
Yep.
Malcolm Nartai's got the right front bolted back on this time, the 19C Suck It Up machine.
Then the 46. Great car if you're looking at getting into super stocks. This car's for sale. Quinn Ryan.
317 Jay Holtham, a big everyone's thoughts in the Speedway world to Jay. I know from the Palmy side of things where he used to live with his dad and his brother and that. And obviously down here with Danny passing away and the bigger memory of Danny Holtham. So thoughts to Kane and Jay on the passing of their dad.
On the outside of Jay Holtham, the 44C, the Norwood sponsored machine of Ollie Sutton.
Yeah, fresh from Perth, the 32, well, we got 32 cars here, the 32 degrees temp. Scott Joblin, we are missing a car down there. I'll go through that grid. Cam Rain.
In behind Jaden Ward, the 991.
991, supposed to have Adam Groom alongside, and he is missing.
And we're about to go green. And we have the 5W leads us into turn 1. They all go through. No major problems at this stage. Looking back down the back, they're all getting through. So back up the front, we've got the 5W of Keegan Levine. Going in a bit hot there. Dusting up a wee bit. Somebody's gone round. Looks like one of the Hislop cars. But our race leader back up the front.
Scott Joblin's just driven the bonnet off Harley Robb's car. Harley's going to have to pull the infield on that one.
So there was cars bouncing all over the place. Harley Robb's not having a good night.
No, not at all. And the with the bonnet coming off the car, the rule is the car has to retire if the carburetor or the radiator area is exposed.
And that's well exposed. And when you look at the bonnet, it's well flat.
Oh, it's pulled the air cleaner off. It doesn't look like it's done too much damage underneath that air cleaner to the actual carburetor itself.
Yeah, it's just pulled it up.
Hopefully,
It may have just bent the rod.
Yep. Hopefully they can get that fixed up. No internal damages there. Bit of debris on the track though.
So we've got the 94 car sitting in on the 94R sitting in on the infield there.
Yeah, certainly not the debut to Battle of the Stocks that Dale Stewart would have been hoping for.
No. And then you got Ollie Sutton just pulled to the infield there. Is just
62, can you please back up until I say stop? 62, back up until I say stop.
So
just going to reposition a couple of cars.
Sounds like Adam Joblin. There he is, down in turn 1 and 2, fresh in front of Hippie Paul.
Reversing back of it.
So that was Mike Hislop involved there.
Yeah, and then Harley was spun down
Simon,
the front.
looks like Simon Joblin involved too, the 72P. See him just on the exit of 4.
Keep coming back, please. Keep coming back.
William Humphreys, the 94P, has just retired as well. Did he get caught with an outside flat when Scott Joblin went over Harley Robb's car? Yes, he has.
Is it a front there?
Looks like a front right gone. I just saw him come under as Scott Joblin came down on top of him.
So again, about to go green again. And we're away. Our race leader, Keegan Levine, coming off turn 3 and 4. Shane Harwood in the 3NZ sitting in behind him. Then we go back to Nartai, Holtham, Quinn Ryan. Then we've got Braden Lennon, Alex Hill. In behind those, Josh Prentice. Then we've got Jaden Ward, the 1NZ of Hemingway. Then we go back to the first race winner, Trent James. In behind him, Scotty Tennant, race leader. Keegan Levine out of Wellington. Goes past us again, 3NZ, Shane Harwood. In behind Harwood, we've got Quinn Ryan. Then we go back to Nartai. In behind Nartai, we have Holtham. Then we go back to Braden Lennon. In behind Lennon, we have the 95 of Alex Hill. Somebody's just gone round
Oh, that's
up
the
there.
1NZ of
1NZ.
Hemingway.
And the 55 and the 7 look like they've had a tangle up going into turn 3. 999 just joins them. That's all going on. Catching them out a wee bit. But our race leader, no dramas there. He's still leading it. The 5W. Hutt Park, right at 10. Holiday Park. Sorry. Go and stay there. Then we'll go back to the Harwood and the 3NZ. And behind Harwood, we've got Quinn Ryan. Then we'd be going back to Jay Holtham.
Yeah,
Get
Holtham's
through some of
not
the lap
mucking around.
traffic. Levine goes past us again, wraps another lap off. That's lap 6. Shane Harwood still sitting in that second spot. Who's gone round there? Jake Berry and Matt Radcliffe. Just in 1 and 2. So our race leader comes past the start-finish line again. There goes Harwood, coming under a bit of pressure from Quinn Ryan. Then we go back to Jay Holtham. Josh Prentice, Scott Tennant, Jaden Ward, Braden Lennon. Bit of a gaggle of cars there. And behind those guys, Trent James is there, Malcolm Nartai's in there, as is Alex Hill. Levine still leading us. Harwood getting a bit of bumper. Quinn Ryan just pokes him out of the way as they go down the back straight. Ryan's up the inside, Harwood's on the outside. Just as they go through 3 and 4. Who's going to come out? Quinn Ryan's taken over that second spot over the 3NZ. Then we go back to Jay Holtham. Scotty Tennant's come through, Josh Prentice. Then we go back to... Who's that? Oh, is that James Stein in the 14? Just a bit of dust picking up. So another lap down for the 5W. Then we go back to Quinn Ryan in the 46. Shane Harwood, Jay Holtham, Scott Tennant in the 808. Josh Prentice out of Gisborne in the 5G car. Then in behind those guys, we go back to Lennon, Trent James, Malcolm Nartai. White flag is about to come out. Have we lost the 5 car? We have. I've missed that altogether. So Quinn Ryan takes over the lead. 5 car sitting on the infield. Quinn Ryan is our leader. Has taken the white flag, coming off turns 3 and 4. The 46B out of the bay will take this race. Gone red.
Yeah, we have.
At the same time.
Okay.
So there's half a dozen that have gone across the start-finish line.
Okay, 1NZ's being sent to the infield. Todd Hemingway being sent to the infield. He's not moving. I don't know if we've got a shot down the back straight that we can see, but the 1NZ's being called off.
So Quinn Ryan has definitely been through the checkered flag, as was Shane Harwood, James, Jay Holtham and Scott Tennant. The rest came through.
999, move forward until I say stop. 999, move forward until I say stop.
So the 1NZ's given the thumbs up. Okay, right, he's... So the left front is down. What else is down?
Is it right rear?
Is it?
Is it? It's hard to pick
Yeah,
up
it
on
is.
It is, yeah.
So Todd Hemingway, the 1NZ, was sitting inside that top 10. Biggest mover, I think, so far, Scott Tennant, 29 to 5. And of course, the 1NZ, 27 to 2nd in the first one.
Yep.
Oh no, his partner Kendall's coming off. So Todd's come off and his partner Kendall's come off in sympathy there as well, the 23.
Just trying to get these cars positioned right. Just got something down on.
Hopefully the 23R hasn't come off thinking the 23C.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was
That's
thinking.
what
'Cause
I was
they
just
heard 23.
And as soon as she heard 23, she pulled off.
Drove off under her own steam.
I'm
so
wondering if she's had a bit of confusion from the call over the radio.
So the Reds have come in, lights have gone out, and we're away again. So in behind them we've got Asher Rees, Alex Hill, Braden Lennon, Evans, Joblin, 62-52, one of the Hislops, Cam Rain, back to Berry, Ollie Sutton, Simon Joblin, and the 2NZ, which something's collapsed in the left rear on that.
The hard part with those restarts, especially, I noticed the cars that had already crossed the checkered flag.
Yep.
Some of them, they used the brain, they pulled to the infield. Oh, we'll go with the result first. Quinn Ryan took the win from the 3NZ of Shane Harwood, the 317C Jay Holcomb in third. 808 Scott Tennant moved up another spot to fourth. Go back to the 5G Josh Prentice in fifth. Sixth spot to the 14C James Thine. Seventh the 971 Jaden Ward. Eighth spot the 156P Trent James. Ninth to 19C Malcolm Nartai. And 10th to Asher Rees, the 126G.
And behind them, the 95N, Alex Hill, followed by 4C, Braden Lennon. 52P, Scott Joblin, followed by the 62P of Adam Joblin. 72P, Simon Joblin. 2NZ, Ethan Levine. 91C, Happy Pool. 1NZ, Todd Hemingway. They start dropping off there. 23R, Kendall Ashton. 7C, Riley Evans.
Yeah, so there's a lot of DNFs here. Mike Hislop in the 10C. 999C, Cam Rain. Jake Berry finished in the 23C. 5W Keegan Levine out. Matt Radcliffe did finish the 55C. Ollie Sutton, Brett Hislop, Robin Wilson, William Humphreys, Harley Robb. So a few of these cars DNF'd and some did finish Dale Stewart as well. But on the restart, as I say, I noticed those cars that had finished the race, some were clever, pulled to the side. They knew they'd passed the checker, and some, they need to be careful because they technically finished. I was watching some of them. They sort of launched and went, "Oh, hang on a minute! I need to back out of this. We've finished the race."
Exactly.
So Quinn Ryan takes his victory lap. I think Scotty Tennant fastest lap of the race, 18.919 as well. So solid run for Scotty T. As the Super Stocks, they've finished their second heat. We await the points on that one.
So we're just getting a few updates as we come through. Sorry, we went blank there for a minute. Caelan Keith in the 231 snapped the crank.
Ooh,
that sounds expensive.
That doesn't happen very often, does it?
That's the late model, 2025 model two-piece.
Yeah.
And Harley Robb is out on the stock car as well, they're telling me.
Okay, he's not having a good night, is he?
No.
Notice for people in the stadium, the 50-50 has been drawn. If you've got ticket that says meeting number 10, ticket number 208, meeting 10, ticket number 208, you've won $879. Come to the bottom of the control tower and identify yourself and show us your ticket and you will get your money. And also a notice from the track staff, there's a few kids sitting under the wire by the fence during the stock car and super stock races. Please, parents, keep your kids back from the wire fence. We aim to make our speedway as safe as possible, and it's better that they sit further back with you so they don't get hit by mud or anything else that might come up off the track. Alrighty, so mini stocks, youth mini stocks back out on the track, and we'll be back with those guys very shortly. So the youth mini stock's running some kind of competition tonight. We haven't been able to find out exactly what it is. It's the adult mini stocks are running their pairs title, and the youth mini stock's running tonight and tomorrow night. But Steve did tell me and I've forgotten. You get this. So that was event 10. This is event 11 on the program, brought to us by Amuri.net, who provide the internet services here at Koken Woodford Glen.
Yes. This is a terrible place when there's 8,000 people in the stadium and we're trying to use our cell phones.
Yes.
Which is why we need Amuri.net here for our for the
our
streaming
internet.
and for our own usage here.
And in fact, I use them at home, and Amberley is my internet provider as well, and they're really, really good, and have done for many years.
Oh, we found something on the track. Is.
So we're just picking something up off the track there.
I thought we were discussing our size behind us, but anyway, that's another deal altogether. Hot kettle black, I think is what I heard. And it is a tough night for some of the pit crews in the pits, Tony.
Well, there's been a fair few DNFs, hasn't there? And although the track is a bit rough in places, and you'd think that was, in many cases, suspension related, it actually seems to be a lot of motor issues.
Yes.
Cars that have just run out of puff and had to pull to the infield. So the youth mini stocks, as you say, there'll be a few of these drivers aging out of this grade in the next few weeks, or at the end of the season, which is in many cases only a few weeks away.
Yeah, well, for us it's only 2 meetings after tomorrow night.
Yep. That'll be the modified invasion later on in March. And then there's the usual season-ending meetings, the King of the Coast over in Greymouth. I think Nelson and Cromwell will be running their Easter meetings.
Actually, I think Cromwell has their Sprint Car Masters or something at the end of the season also.
A few of the North Island tracks run after Easter, but for the most, that Easter marks the end of the season. All right, we're 3 wide coming out of turn 4 there, and it's the 167 of Cairo Tabley, who gets his nose in front there. Quite a freight train behind there. We've got several cars into the back of several other cars.
The 69 car, there was the big hold-up in the middle.
The 69 was a bit slow. If you might remember, didn't start the previous heat for these guys. The car's bobbling around a little bit out of turn 4, but mostly they've picked a pretty good line. It's the 167 of Tabley from Josh Lavelle in the 99 car out of Nelson, and Aidan Waihi out of Palmerston North, visitor here to Woodford Glen. Haven't seen that name before. He's very quickly got to grips with this slightly unusual track, and new track for him, I think, and he's racing that 18p mini stock bloomin' hard and very well.
Well, certainly compared to Manawatu Arena, you couldn't get much more different as far as speedway tracks go.
No, it's very true. But he's holding on to a solid 3rd place at the moment, and maybe a name we'll see in other grades in the years to come. The 10 car in 2nd place there, Tyler Fitzsimmons, Dylan Johnson in 5th, Clayton Hawke and Connor Turner behind him with Jack Anderton, and the last of that bunch, Chloe Turner in the 19.
1-2.
No, she's further back down. So, coming on to the front straight and about to tick off lap 4 of this 10-lap race, Cairo Tabley in the 167. It's got the narrowest of leads over the 18 car there. We're a few car lengths back. And then we go to quite a battle for 4th place at the moment with the 15 of Turner and the 77 of Johnson there. Turner's car, all 4 wheels off the ground there momentarily, as was the 10 car of Tyler Fitzsimmons. Certainly going to be some great images if the photographers and Pits TV video team have been able to capture them out of this meeting, where a number of cars have been airborne out of the turns. So that's 6 laps down now for Tabley over the 18 of Waihi, and he's challenging for the lead here. What a feather in his cap if he could win a race here, his first visit to Koken Woodford Glen. But it's tight. The battle for 3rd is hot as well as cars wash a little wide. Waihi just looking for the way up the inside of Tabley. Tabley running a very central line on the track. There's hardly any room to go up the inside. It's a long way around the outside, and Waihi has done it and got to the lead. Aidan Waihi from Palmerston North and the 18P car. Tabley coming back at him as well. It gets tangled up with the 69 car, and both of those cars onto the infield, and that's allowed Waihi to get away, but the 15 of Connor Turner is hot on his tail. Further back we go to the 10 car battling with Tabley, who's managed to get back on track, and the 88 of Anderton, who's rejoined. The white's about to come out, and it looks as though Connor Turner's got his nose in front. Yes, he has. Makes the pass on the start-finish line. So Connor Turner leading this heat now on the last lap. Aidan Waihi's done extremely well, but he's going to have to settle for second place, I think, as the lap car comes into contention there. Turner's drifted wide, but he's gathered the car up and takes his checkered flag. Good race win for him. The 99 car of Lovell comes through in third place, ahead of Cairo Tabley and Jack Anderton. Quickest lap was a 22.02 by Connor Turner.
A couple of cars decided to park in unusual spots at the end of the race.
Yeah.
Yellow.
The race win taken there by Connor Turner, Aidan Waihi second with Josh Lovell, Cairo Tabley best of the next or second Christchurch car home with Jack Anderton, Tyler Fitzsimmons, Clayton Hawke, Leah Jeffcoat, Lucas Smith and Zoe Bland rounding out our top 10. And it's
15C, car 18P, car 99N to the scales.
So they're weighing the mini stocks as well, as we hear over the headset.
Weighing the youth mini stocks, yeah.
Well, do they have to weigh all three of them together to get the scales to work, or do they just do one at a time?
Not sure about that. How many Big Macs do you need to eat before you register?
To be fair, so Ollie having his Oliver McCartney,
Yes.
McCartney, moved up to adult mini stocks. I stood there beside him the other day. He's 16 years of age. He stands probably an inch, maybe more taller than I am, and about as wide and just solid build. And I went, there's no way that kid's 16. As we watch the video there, we can see that there's a lot of work going into the 2NZ car.
So down to the pits with Bianca, I think.
Yeah, I'm down here in the Hut Park camp. Normally it's all smiles and laughter, but at the minute, can you talk us through what's going on right now, Ethan?
A little bit of Demi on that last turn. Not too sure if I hit a rut, ran out of talent, or what happened, but yeah, we kind of don't even really know what happened, but kind of spun out on that last turn and it blowing all the shock and stuff out of the left rear. And in the meantime as well, kind of went up on two wheels and got collected by the pack, but luckily landed back on the wheels, so the kit's still intact.
A lot happening and a lot to digest in that race. Of course, you did manage to finish before it all fell apart. I don't think it was lack of talent. I think maybe it's all fun and games until you come around turn 4.
Yeah, it's a bit of a challenging track out there. There's a lot of holes and a lot of things that are making it quite challenging, but we're all on the same track, and you can see there's quite a few people kind of struggling with the same issues, and yeah, just I guess got to work to the track we got, so yeah.
Absolutely, there were a heap of DNFs in both races as well, Ethan, so we'll keep an eye on the points for you, but I'll let you go so you can work on your car. Hopefully we can see you out in the third race.
No doubt we'll be back out there. We might not be 100%, but we'll be some sort of percent.
Well done, thank you. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, so as we say, the pit crew's tonight doing a lot of work out there, and as Stu comes forward, he's got a handful of paper. So let's have a look at some results we've got there, Stu.
Yeah, mate, we've got the updated overall pairs points. Callum Sturzaker, the 15V, Callum Sturzaker, and the 88C, Troy Cleveland on 94 points now. 911C, Craig Robb, and 212V, Bleary Smith down on 81 points. 84S, Hayden Barker, 59C, Brad Rosehorn on 79 points. 361H, Clinton Cheatham, 991C, Harley Robb on 74. And rounding that top 5, or tied equal actually, 374C, Dave Houston Jr., 174P, Brendan Lemont, and the 121C, Shanae McNally, 172p. Daniel Burmeister tied on 69 points. So, and Harley Robb, I believe, out for the night too. So
yeah, it sounds like he is the drive shaft's part of the company. But on pole, it's going to be Jason Brooks in the 71C with Melissa Gifford in the 964 to his outside. Connor Phillips and the 1NZ of Ireland, assuming it's been repaired, as we out in the next row.
3NZ, Kyle Rowe off P5, off P6, 88 of Troy Cleveland, the 10W, Ben Ellis off 7, and Josh Brosnan, the 606 off 8.
Sam Jack, the 197, will be joined with Jack Honeybone in the 934T. Justin White in the 94B will be joined with Carl Garnett in P12.
13 is 69 of Kane McDonald, and 14 is the 74 Tyler Horton. 992 out of Stratford these days. The 5th is in 15th, Taylor Lamp, and 16th is a 374C Dave Houston Jr.
P17 will be Henderson in the 5R with Brooke McPherson on his outside. Then Brad Rosemont, first time not they haven't been side by side with Henderson, will be joined by Blair Reeves-Smith in P20.
Of 21, it's the 91B, Zane Pullen, 22, 991C, Craig Robb. There's so many ones in that. 174, Brendan Learmonth in 23, 24, 15V, Callum Sturzaker.
Daniel Burmeister will be there on the 172P with Daniel Cox, single digit number, in the 9C with Hayden Barker in P27 and a 121C in P28.
Off 29, it is the 29 of Jaden Gerard, and off 30, the 361 Clinton Cheatham. 31 should be, but may not be, 991C Harley Robb, and off 32, it's Luke Malloy in the 435.
I believe the 521C of Michael Arris is in for Harley Robb.
Okay.
Super slipping.
So they have that in Bella Stocks.
Yeah, so in the I think it's first night. It gets a little grey because you've got to remember this is a promotion, not a title.
Yeah, of course. You can do whatever.
And so
we want to see full fields.
Absolutely. And so we saw Robin Wilson in the 153 and for the 231 of.
Okay, so that's why I was wondering why there was a different random car on the track.
Yes, so he was super subbed for that, and Michael Harris is subbed in for Harley Robb. Obviously, the damage sustained in the normal, the 964 car, too much to finish the night.
Does Michael Harris carry on tomorrow, or can Harley jump back in?
No, Harley's done for the weekend in the stock cars. We have had, like I say, it's a promotion. We have had some variances in the past where the guy repairs his car, comes back the following night, and ends up with another partner who's dropped out because. And part of it too is you've got all these people who've travelled from long distances.
Yes.
Why should they be robbed because of something that happened that may not be anyone's specific fault?
Yeah. So what you're saying, without confusing everyone, because that's what we're doing.
Absolutely, we are.
Harley can fix the car and turn up tomorrow for a stock car, and he may become a super sub himself and could sub in and race with someone else.
I mean, let's be fair.
Hey, but that's what's cool about Battle of Stocks, right? We just want to see 32 cars.
We want to see hard, fast racing.
Exactly.
And you see what I mean after the first two heats of the Super Stocks, the entry into turn one, the track, we could move the track to the Banker Turbo sign and it still's not going to be wide enough for everyone going into turn one.
Exactly it. So looking at as well, the 5C of Connor Phillips, he's had 2 DNFs tonight, getting some work done there, and it looks like Timmy and Luke are going to work on Daniel Burmeister's 172 as well. So the boys got a bit of work to do on that.
And of course, now, not to even talk about results or anything that's happened, but when you start looking at some of these cars, it wasn't that many weeks ago they were in Rotorua, teams racing.
Getting wrecked.
And one of the things I've always said this, particularly about Dave Houston Jr., Dave's a great club racer, great championship racer. He's a very good teams racer, but he always wrecked his car. The best thing he could have done for his racing career is to stop teams racing for a couple of years. And I think about how many of these cars are out here tonight that have teams raced in the last few weeks and have had fairly considerable rebuilds.
3NZ, 10W, 92A, 92A, 992S, 5R, 74C. Who else is out there? 84S. 15V, 361H, 172P,
521C.
Yep, 521C. So there we go. Probably half the field.
Yeah, all in Rotorua.
Yep.
Absolutely. And we're just watching someone's got a Doug Nash out of their car.
That's going to limit down to who that could be. I did think it was down John the Joblin cars.
Joblin? Yeah, they love those. They probably get containers out of England from the Harrises. I reckon they probably all come from Tom Harris.
You ever have to change a gear, though, out the back of the diff? You can.
Yeah, but they're a pain to change, the Doug Nash. We used to have one in the Super back up in Palmy.
Yeah, Happy Paul still got one in his old car, and it's
Tell you what, though, near bulletproof.
Yeah. That's why you have them. Is that And I guess teams like the Joblins have learnt over the years, because they traditionally start their season later. Reliability is key if you want to get your meetings in.
Yep. Just on a side note, Battle of Stocks is all about peers, and that's the high honours. But just individually, Callum Sturzaker and Carl Garnett, that's the 15V and 92A. They're top points on 57. 3NZ Kyle Rowe 84, Hayden Barker on 56, 212V Blair Reeve Smith 5R Dion Henderson on 52, 361 Clinton Cheatham on 51. Then we drop back to 121 Shanae McNally on 44, 964 Melissa Gifford on 38, and 88 Troy Cleveland on 37. The top 10 on individual points.
I'm always amused when I see Kyle Rowe here and how well that car goes. Because I think
Ree's chassis 12, mate.
It's had
and you think there's about 200 odd out there.
But I think it spent a wee bit of time here in Christchurch in the hands of the West and James Thine.
Yeah, James Thine, and then it went up to Kyle Taylor and then Kyle Rowe.
And it just keeps performing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure it's like Grandpa's axe, 3 heads and 2 handles later. But it's keeps going.
Exactly it. And Kyle's just a great peddler. Can't wait to see him in the Superstock class later in the season under the Miles Motorsport banner. As we get the green. It is on the outside. The 1NZ missing as well from the front, from the outside. That second row. The 71 gets the big push here. Gets out in front. And here comes Kyle Rowe through into second. Looks to take the lead now. Dives it nice and low. And the 3NZ will pop out in front. Ben Ellis, the 10W, aside from Heat 1, he is hauling tonight in that retro livery. Just tags the back of Troy Cleveland, gets pushed out wide there by Josh Brosnan. Dion Henderson's got the 5R hooked up nicely. Up the inside of Justin White now into 3. Oh, Brosnan over the left front of Ben Ellis as Dion Henderson comes through as well. Just puts the bumpers. Oh, Sam Jack, the 197, head on into the wall. We lose the 5C to the infield again. Connor Phillips, no, he's fired up and back off and gone. The 3NZ Kyle Rowe, he's starting to pull away from Troy Cleveland. The 88C in second as Brosnan just puts it off. Puts Ellison and Brosnan's up. Brosnan's not over. He's on the top of the 71C. Ben Ellis caught in that one as well. We stay green and we've gone red.
How did he not roll? I mean,
everything but a tip over there.
Like
Josh Brosnan is trying to get off.
The wing's not even bent. How on earth is he? Well, I'd say a few other cars have suffered some damage courtesy of the underbelly of that car.
That's a great sponsorship coverage there for Pet Travel. Carla and the team will be.
It doesn't look good for Jason Brooks. He's getting a new wing and body after this one.
Yeah, hopefully there's no cage damage to the top of the 71C as well once that body's off and they inspect it tomorrow or tonight at the workshop.
It's I mean, to be fair to Brozzy, he does have a low centre of gravity.
He does, doesn't he?
But even then, how did that car not roll?
While they're sorting that out, we might just throw down and Bianca can have a chat because they could be a while here.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with Nick. Nick, we've just shown some shots of what's happening down with Adam Joblin's car right now. He's really busy. You're the crew chief, so can you talk us through what's actually happening?
Well, on that red light, I guess Adam noticed his brother right behind him, and he didn't want him to beat him over the line, so unfortunately going to second, he's cooked it, and as you can see, the box is out and getting changed, and Scott beat him over the line.
They're working really, really hard to get it done. Do you think they'll be able to come out in the third race?
Hopefully, because if he doesn't, he's going to blame me.
Oh, golly, we don't want that to happen. I was actually commenting through that race that Scott and Adam were having a really good set too, and I'm like, God, does Scott always pick on his younger brother like that?
Oh, we all know what Scott's like, eh? And I won't say it on live TV, but everyone knows, yeah.
Hey, I know that you're not the driver, but you've been watching every race there. Can you talk us through the track? It looks like a really tricky setup.
Yeah, you look up at turns 3 and 4, and that looks quite rutty, and if you can get down low, it's good. If you get caught, you're out wide, and if you get offline into 1 and 2 as well, it's a bit of a lottery out there with 31 other cars, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a trick, hey? It's not just you out there, well, not you, but it's not just the driver out there. It's another 31 cars. But listen, hopefully we can get Adam out. You guys have come a long way to be able to compete in this, so good luck. Hopefully you don't get the blame. If so, come and find me, I'll shout you a coffee.
Yeah, hopefully Russell and Karen aren't live streaming it in Perth because, yeah, he'll be swearing and cursing if it's not out there.
Oh, Russell, he's always got a smile on his face. I'm sure he'll be fine, but good luck. Hopefully we can get it fixed. Thanks.
There we go. Bianca got her step stool out to get over the side of the car there for that great interview and a bit of an insight. As we go the replay of what happened is the 606 just got tagged on the rut, tagged the 10W. Almost went up over both of them and ended up, Ben Ellis actually managed to just scrape through there too.
That's the point, you're grateful injections in stock cars.
Yes.
It was a real moment there, and it happened so quick, and nobody expected them to pop up like that. The funniest part I see was actually under the red light. Was one driver that got some confusion and thought he was going to back off.
I think he got the signal, the thumbs up on the track, and maybe not the thumbs up in the ear though.
So yeah, somehow he got the confusion, didn't he? Down there, drove off.
Look at here we go. The infield camera caught it. Great shots there. Look at them all just bouncing through, and up and over. Well, not over, but up he goes. That's the point I thought he was going over.
Yes. I've always liked Kelvin Gray chassis, but I never thought I was going to see that much of the underneath of one of them. And I'm sure Jason Brooks is questioning whether he's seen too much of it tonight.
Dion Henderson got out of that one, luckily though. We are going to go green. We have gone green very quickly like that. Carl Garnett, the 92A. Oh, he's not fired up and on. Here he goes, but way down the back of the field. 3NZ, Kyle Rowe is your race leader. The 212 being a lap down. Troy Cleveland second. Ben Ellis has gone round. Gets tagged there by Kane McDonald. That's a big pile up there. Dave Houston Jr. is involved. Clinton Cheatham pushes his way through. Looks like Brooke McPherson. Shanae McNally's amongst it. There we go. Kane McDonald and Zane Pullen stuck together as McDonald pulls to the infield. Houston Jr. No, he's going to retire from this one, the 374. But it's still the 3NZ. Kyle Rowe out in front. He leads from the 88 at Troy Cleveland. 5R. Dion Henderson in third. Big gap back to the 59. Brad Rosewarne, Justin White. Looks like Taylor Lamp. The 992 just goes a wee bit wide. He's been tussling back and forward with Tyler Horton all night. The 74 gets a run on the 992. 5 laps to run. The 3NZ down the back straight, just in behind McNally and Cox. He's got that turn 3 and 4 absolute down packed, has the 3NZ. Nice and tight. He's lucky with the clear track too, as Learmonth, the 174, pulls to the infield in the tanker. Just watching them all bouncing out of 4. Burmeister just tagging there, Michael Harris. 172 paired up with McNally. Oh, Lamp's got problems, the 992. That outside right rear's gone there. Zane Pullen's got problems in the 91B car. He's running a Rob car this weekend too. Pick up the 3NZ. Kyle Rowe comes out of turn 4. 2 laps to run for the 3NZ. Bit of a gap back to Troy Cleveland. Up the inside of Sam Jack. Here comes Dion Henderson. Flies in. Puts the side rail into Sam Jack. Garnett. No, he's a lap down, sorry. Brad Rosewarner back, way back and forth. White flag, 1 to run though. This time for the 3NZ a row. Cleveland still just holding off Dion Henderson. That's a tussle for second and third. A big gap back to Brad Rosewarn. Taylor Lamp with the right rear suspension out, and we go red. Michael Ayres just rejoining at the same time there. So obviously it's the tyre. I thought it was the shocker drop there on the 992, the way it was bouncing, but it must be the tyre.
And fairness, it was starting to flick mud up.
15V reverse up, 15V reverse up.
Okay. We've lost a fair few.
I tell you,
what do you reckon we're about a 50-50?
I think it's about what we're running at the moment.
Yep.
Pretty consistent. It's, we talk about points over 6 races, but you've got to survive 3. And some of us are struggling at 2.
Exactly. Okay, we are on our last lap. We're actually on our last 10-15 metres as Kyle Rowe takes the win there, the 3NZ. Dion Henderson, he's picked up second at the line, the 5R over the 88, and Brad Rosewarn out of 4 now, 59C. Come home in that 4th spot. I think the tyre might have...
It blew just over the line.
I think the tyre went on the line. How lucky is that? Yeah.
I think if you have shares in a tyre shop and are selling right rear stock car tyres tomorrow, you are going to do an absolute number.
Yeah, let's have a look. 3NZ Kyle Rowe takes the win from the 5R Dion Henderson. 88 of Troy Cleveland, home in third. Then we go back to the 59C of Brad Rosewarn. 94B Justin White, that's your top 5. 74C Tyler Horton beats home Callum Sturzaker in the 15V. 84S Hayden Barker, 172P Daniel Burmeister. Rounding out that top 10, Jack Honeybone, the 934T.
Yeah, back to Cheatham with Craig Robb, Melissa Gifford, Sinead McNally, Blair Reeves, Daniel Cox, Brooke McPherson, and then I think Carl Garnett would have been the last car going on the track, and we start at position 19 backwards.
Did finish,
but he did loop on the infield a few times.
Yep. Luke Malloy, Sam Jack, Zane Pullen, Brendan Learmont, Connor Phillips, Ben Ellis, Kane McDonald, Dave Houston Jr., Jason Brooks, Josh Brosnan. Then it should be Jaden Gerard, all the DNFs.
Yeah, it's just a hard race. And of course, we talk about trying to get those 6 races of points, but man, you're going to make a marathon out of a sprint race.
I think from that, the 15V and Troy Cleveland and the 88C have probably extended their lead in the pairs. Hayden Barker as well, Brad Rosewarn. So she is getting tight at the top. Dion Henderson, Tyler Horton are going to start making their way through into the main mix of names in the pointy end of things.
The other part of this too is we move into a shootout for both stock cars and superstars tomorrow, and then of course you bring your pairing and you get even better points.
Oh, there we go. And looks like Bianca has got Jake Berry downstairs.
Yeah, guys, so far it's been the show of the North Islanders, so I thought I'd better come and speak to one of my favourite Southerners. Jake Berry, you're not having the best of nights. You and your partner are still doing good in points, but it looks really tricky out there tonight.
Yeah, it's a tough track. It's hard to dial in your car when it's like that, but it's the same for everyone else. Hasn't been the best night. We've had some good pace, but just getting in the odd tangle up, which has let us down a wee bit, but we've still been quick. I think me and Todd are still sitting about 7th after race 2, so there's still a long weekend. There's still another whole day to go, so if we just keep finishing races, you never know what'll happen.
Absolutely, and Jake, there has been a lot of DNFs in both of those races too, so don't be disheartened because, there's still a lot of points to be gathered by these DNFs.
Yeah, for sure. With the track car it's wrecking a lot of shocks, especially rims and tyres. It's hard on gear, so definitely a lot of DNFs and a lot of big names in there as well, so yeah, it's tough.
Now, this is your home track, Jake, so you know better than anyone. How do you think they're going to progress forward to give you guys a more racy track tomorrow?
Well, obviously, as everyone knows, we're expecting a fair bit of rain in the morning, which it should be fine for tomorrow night. It should clear. But straight after race 3 tonight, they're going to grade it and prep it, and they're going to turn it tonight because it'll be too wet in the morning. So hopefully that'll give them a reasonably good chance. And then depending how much rain we'll get, they'll see what they can do with it tomorrow afternoon.
If we remember, or if we turn back time to this time last year, it was actually the other end of the track too, turn 1 and 2, but they managed to bring that back, and night 2 was actually good racing.
Yeah, they did. They've got a pretty good team here, and they turned it around for day 2, and it was actually a lot better. Yeah.
Hey, any last words that you'd like to give anybody, Jake?
Just a big shout out to everyone watching at the Speedway Garage. Hope you guys are all having a good night.
Yeah, awesome. Obviously one of your sponsors.
Yeah, he does a lot for us. Ricky and Ewan, real big for us.
Yeah, huge in Speedway too, so we do appreciate all the support that Speedway Garage have, so we hope you're all enjoying the stream down there.
Yeah, bloody good. Thanks everyone. Cheers.
Awesome, cheers.
As our Super Saloons do a little bit of track packing, they're still cleaning up after the stock cars, Tony.
Well, there was a fair bit of cleaning up to do, wasn't there? Quite a lot of them finished on the infield, quite a lot of bits of them finished on the track, and it was all on. It's good fun.
I go back to a previous statement. Who would be a pit crew?
Yeah, exactly. They work hard. And we've said that before, and we'll say it again, I'm sure, and a lot of people say it all around the country, that an awful lot of work goes on in the pits between races. We focus a lot on drivers and car builders, but it's the pit crews put an awful lot of hours in mahi and down in the pits.
Just watching the 174 car being taken back to the pits. First time ever I've seen someone take a wing off to get the car back into the pits.
Yeah.
But so it's a little bit of rear end damage. Josh Brosnahan's car also still being removed.
Yellow caution, the pit gate is open and we're trying to get cars off the track.
So get the clean-up done, get the push vehicles back as we watch the replays courtesy of the Pits TV.
I was actually standing down below during that race, right beside Jason Brook's wife. Partner. And
Kate takes it so well, doesn't she?
Yeah, I know, she was excited. The first thing as that happened was she got the phone out to get a photo of it. So yeah, one for the family album, no doubt.
The other thing I was just going to take note as we're watching the replay, and we know that Ben Ellis was part of that. I can't help but look at the paint job on his car and think, I know it's a retro to his father, and tribute to his father, but I keep thinking Otago Cougars when they're sponsored by Kay's Kitchens.
That's a long time ago that was.
And then the miscommunication when Brozzy was on top of him, they thought they was telling him to back up, so he did.
Yep.
And he obliged.
Under yellow. Keep the speed down, please. Under yellow.
And Ben Ellis just had a real rough race, actually. Just it seemed to matter where he was. Other cars were determined to run into him. Quite a few obliged. As our Super Saloons, Peter Scout in the...
Oh, he's got the 72 back out there. That's good.
He's got the Warrior out there, and he's got the Stealth on the outside, which is in the hands of the very capable Sam Waddell. Who, it'd be interesting, these guys, of course, Peter hasn't had a lot of racing at all this season until last meeting. We managed to get 2 or 3 good races. Mark, on the other hand, having a great run on that car this year, and now in the hands of Sam this weekend. But it gives them a run before tomorrow night, where we throw them in with the rest of the Super Saloons who are going to be here.
That's right. And a few interesting cars coming out tomorrow night. Jackson Lovelady was supposed to be out last weekend. I believe he's coming out.
He's driving the Stealth.
And the Stealth, Bolton Stealth car. And also we expect Josh Bolton's new car to be driven by...
Sorry, let me put it. Josh's new car, or rather, not newest, but current acquisition.
Latest acquisition to be driven by Jamie Bolton.
Jamie's in the 891, I think. And Josh is in the Mark Pitcher 9W, which is now...
Okay, Josh is in his latest acquisition, okay.
Yeah. He's got
So anyway, there's a fair few of the Bolton cars coming out tomorrow night.
I'll tell you how bad it is, Tony. There's a certain stock car trailer at my place which has had the cabinet stripped off it so it can bring a Super Saloon tomorrow night.
Yeah. And the Boltons are not short of towing capacity in the first place. So
well, you know the cars are coming out of the shed when there's borrowed trailers involved.
Yeah, definitely. So it's all on for Super Saloons tomorrow night. You won't want to miss that, but not that's the main part of the show tomorrow. Of course, we're back for night 2 of Battle of the Stocks. It will be the shootout, the TWS shootout for both super stocks and stock cars, and the final 3 heats for each of those grades.
Well, back in the day when Campbell ran supers, the supers were on so Campbell could bring the craze and the kinner to the barbecue afterwards.
Yeah. Well, he might be here tomorrow night, you never know.
Anything is possible.
So, Saloons out for their last race of the... Actually, no, it's not, because they're going to do a feature at the end of the night. But away we go. Sam Waddell and Peter Scouten in the Super Saloons off the front. Effectively, if you like, a lap down. And Ryan Marsden in that bright blue saloon gets past Scouten, who's wobbling around, as does Ashton Osborne, as does Peterson, as does most of the field, to be fair. And it's Sam Waddell leading, but the 54 of Ryan Marsden only a couple of car lengths back after one lap, with the 3 of Ashton Osborne hot at his tail and the 433 of Matt Peterson. These three have been near the front, or at the front really, of every single race that they've competed in tonight. Fisher in the 92 there, just holding the 22 of McClymont for 4th place. We go back to Mackenzie in the 84 car there, the 7 of Scott Woodhouse, and the 71 driven tonight by Billy Lee Woodhouse at the back of the field. Peter Scouten's pulled that car in. It's just not quite behaving itself at the moment, but out front Sam Waddell on a difficult track. For a big car, you're bound to hit and come across some of the ruts and ridges that are on this track when your chassis is that long and that wide, and he's making the most of it, pulling away slightly from the first of the Saloons, the 54 of Ryan Marsden. A couple of car lengths back to Ashton Osborne in the 3NZ Saloon. Quite a distance back then to Matt Peterson in the 433, who's battling it out with Brendan Fisher in the 92. Dougal McClymont up high and spins it up. Everyone else starts to spin up to avoid, and we're going to go yellow. Yellow, yellow, yellow. So Sam Waddell doing the business in that 1NZ car, but you've got to admire Ryan Marsden's saloon, that 54.
Ryan's tenacity to take it to him too.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't say he's staying with him, but he's definitely...
22 hasn't just spun, it's collapsed the right
Oh, it has
rear.
too. Yeah, when you look on the Pitts TV image there.
It looks like a beach whale now.
Possibly that happened and was the cause of the spin rather than happening as a result of the spin.
Yeah, we're going to need a lifty bit at the backy bit.
So a few laps under yellow while we sort that out.
It will be interesting to get the commentary of Sam Waddell on this car versus Clifford versus the Hypermac 3 bar that he used to run.
Order is correct. Order is correct. Hold those positions.
At the end of the day, this is the Stealth House car as much as it is Mark Osborne's car. The problem with Mark Osborne is that you could give him a taxi and a mini and he'll drive around here faster than most people.
Yeah.
Backwards.
Yeah. Even
He
the
is
supermarket trolley.
He is a freak of nature
Yeah.
when it comes to racing, and he has a 10/10 attitude. He's racing at 100% every race. So it'd be interesting to get Sam's take on the car. I mean, at the moment, he's still pulling 17-second laps consistently, which is still relatively quick around here.
On a track surface that's not giving a lot at the moment, you'd have to say. There's plenty of drive there, but the uneven nature of the surface is...
Got to go looking for the drive, though.
Yeah, you got to go looking for it, and sometimes where it is isn't conducive to actually putting the power down because you're going to go across the ridges that are going to upset the car, unsettle the car.
As they turned the 22 off, when they went to lift it up, the back end of it stayed jammed up. It's freed itself and the diffs dropped back down, but something's in
not
the bag's
right there.
definitely not healthy.
So 4 laps into this 10-lap race, the lead saloon is the 54 of Ryan Marsden. He had a couple of car lengths over Ashton Osborne, but of course the yellow will have closed everyone up behind him. And watch for him to have a go at racing that 1NZ Super Saloon in front of him for a lap or two if he can. He's not been afraid to give it a go in the previous heats tonight.
Yeah, Marsden just sitting back here. I think he realises he's in for a bit of a race just in the saloon part of this, let alone where the 1NZ car is.
He winds it up and gets the jump on Sam Waddell. He's right on the back of him as the race begins again. Ashton Osborne's gone to the low line to try and get inside Marsden. Doesn't really work for him though. In fact, it's allowed Matt Peterson to get closer to Osborne and Fisher as well. So the race resumes and everyone resumes kind of the similar line.
Oh dear.
Oh, we've got one of the
two Power Plus cars
Power
running
Plus
into.
team cars gone round. He's kept it going though. He's got his foot up and he's back underway. So the race should keep going if he can get off the racing line there. The 1NZ car still leading by a couple of car lengths from the 54 of Marsden. We go back a few more car lengths to the 3 of Osborne, who's just holding off the 433 of Matt Peterson, and the 92 of Fisher, a couple of car lengths back from them. So as he comes across start finish now, Sam Waddell will have completed 7 laps with just 3 to go. He's got to come up on the back of the 48 car here and look to make a fairly ginger pass around. It looks as though the inside line's going to open up. He wasn't initially planning to go inside, but
when an opportunity
presented itself, and he hit the go pedal, and there it is. And that's allowed him to clear out a little bit more from Marsden, with Osborne holding back a little bit there as well. So white flag now on the track. Sam Waddell the lead car, but 54 Ryan Marsden the lead Saloon. He's got to work his way around past Mackenzie, and we will see how he manages that. And the checkered's going to come out very shortly. We had a spinner there. It was Mackenzie again, I think. So there's Marsden, takes the checkered flag as the first Saloon, just ahead of Osborne, Peterson and Fisher. I think those 4 have been in the top 4 positions in each of the heats so far. And Sam Waddell has won each of the races. As you say, it would be very interesting to get his impressions of that car.
Yes. And also be, I guess, the rumour that lurks around is that he'll have one of these for next year. So it'll be interesting to see if that's true as well.
Well, I get the opportunity tomorrow night to race it in a field of Super Saloons, not just cruise around at the front. Have to work a little harder tomorrow night. I'll have to pick his lines, pick his gaps, pick his opportunities.
Or you're racing against a different bunch of beasts. You know, you're going to have the likes of Malcolm Nartoy in his Super Saloon out there. You'll have Richie Taylor, Hayden Mackay. The Bolton cars will be there. Fluffy, no doubt. You start going through it, it will be a different
competition. He'll have competition tomorrow night rather than
Mark's
just
on his
off the
panels.
front. Yeah, that's true too.
A couple of the Saloons making this race look relatively challenging.
Well, I'm not sure. Maybe the surface is a little challenging for them. I don't know. We'll find out after the meeting, I guess. Whilst the replays are playing, we need to play some ads to pay some bills. So I'll be back very shortly.
Hey, I'm Sean. Hey, I'm Jace. And we are Sign Solutions. Situated at 61 Preston Street in Invercargill, we can meet all your signage needs.
building a new commercial business or home? Or is it time that your existing premises had a repaint anywhere in the South Island? Then Anderton Decorators have you covered. From floor to ceiling, wall to roof, Anderton Decorators offer the latest techniques, equipment and technology to make even the hardest tasks seem simple. Anderton Decorators also has the expert team to take the frustration out of your next project. Call Shane today on 027 Painting. That's 027 724 6846. Anderton Decorators. We have you covered.
As our mini stocks, what do we got there? We've got the adult mini stocks out there. So these are the ones that are going slower than the youth. No, they're out there doing their points thing with the front row there of Harris and Weir keeping numerically desirable with the 55 and 56. Oh, we've got saloon grids. Okay, I'm sure that's going to matter. Let me guess, 1NZ on the front. Oh, really surprised. Okay, as we look at our adults head round, they've been racing a best pairs tonight, and they've probably got a little bit lost in the traffic of the stock cars and super stocks, to be fair, Tony.
They have, but the pair of Oliver McCartney and Tom Harris from Greymouth are the leading pair at the moment.
And they drive through the rut on the yellow, but get the green, and we're away and racing as Bland leads us into turn one. On the outside, he got it as a wee bit greasy up high. Harris has got the best line, but Weir somehow benefits out of all of this.
Oh, we've got a spinner.
Oh, Leo Rollins wants to see who's coming around. There's her partner, the 23 car coming around to join her. But they've stayed on the track. She's going to stay parked. And I think we're going to go yellow or red. Yep.
Red.
Geez, that referee sounds sad.
Well, the problem is there's this hearing inability. Somehow the headsets seem to block out the tones of red, so you've got to change your tone as you say the word red.
Okay. I'll take your word for that. Yeah, okay.
It's like the brakes. As you start to race, they fade. And so
Yeah.
by the time you get halfway through the first lap, they don't work anymore.
So you've just described a referee's voice, have you?
And the inability to stop. Not the...
Okay. We'll take that.
So just looking at the points here. So here we are. So yeah, Oliver McCartney and Tom Harris on top in points. Nick Weir and Glenn Marsden. Oh, we're counting. We're going racing.
2, 1, green.
Oh, that was not subtle, Mr. 35.
What's amusing is when the referee goes red, nobody can hear it. When they say green, all of a sudden they seem to be able to preemptively hear it.
Yes, before you get to the one.
As
anyway.
Nick Weir leads us through Enviro Waste. He's followed there by Mason Bland. And on the track it is Hawley. Oh no, on the outside, Shady in the 93 car making the run on Marsden.
He's been quick all night, as Shady. Well, he's been quick all season.
As he just moves up wide. Marsden making sure he used as much track as he could, and Caitlin Ross here. Will this affect the race lead? Weir bounces out wide to avoid. Now he swoops back down. Hawley's right on the back bumper of the 56 car. Shady's up underneath the 131. And they will all have to have the same coloured side rails next season raced based on this, because someone could get into trouble with this colour swapping going on. As the 56 car still in the lead through Enviro Waste. But on the pole line end, a little bit of that comes up there. No, Hawley backs out of it. Shady gets the run though. And Shady certainly hasn't figured out how to keep the momentum going in the 93 car. We're battling for second. And Mason Bland going to have a run to the outside, hoping to avoid all the rut action. But it is Shady back to Weir. Hawley looks like he's got a better run into turn one. Goes wide, but it's a long way around when you go high on one.
Yes, it is.
As they head past the Value Cars Warehouse Grandstand, down into Enviro Waste. It is 93 leading us round. Pulling 22.4 second lap, so still respectable times for this end of the night. And a couple of back markers will be in the fray in the next lap or two. 4 laps remaining as we stand. As the 84 car pulls wide, lets the traffic come through. And Caitlin Ross just stays down low on that pole line. As the 93 car will pass her going into turn one. Weir running second. Managed to move wide on the 23 car Hawley there with Bland and Marston. And our race leader, Tony, really unbothered. In fact, he's actually gapping the second place car.
Yeah. He's been quick all night, and the quickest car, I think, all night. I think it'd be fair to say. I don't think anyone else in the field would probably disagree with that. He's got to the front earlier in this race than he did in the previous ones, and as you say, just pulling away.
Well, the white flag will come out for the 93 car as Shady comes across the start-finish line. He goes through on Eleanor Marsden. Nick Weir battling there. The battle really is second and third here. Hawley determined to stay out on that wide line. It's costing him for track position. It's only whether he gets a better run down into Envirowaste. As our race leader heads through Envirowaste, it will be Shade and Andrew McCartney coming through for the race win, followed by Nick Weir and Tyler Hawley, Mason Bland, and Grandad Marsden. Actually, no, it's not quite Grandad yet.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Quickest lap of 22.41 by Shaden Andrew McCartney.
And mini stocks around. Do they have another round, or is that them for the night?
No, that's them done for the night. We're heading into the twilight zone of the program now, with the next heat of super stocks due out on the track shortly.
So Shady taking the win there over Weir, Hawley, Bland, Marsden, McCartney, as we saw on the track, with Jordan Cox, Melissa Knowles, and Dave Pickles with Tom Harris rounding out our top 10.
And then after that, youth mini stocks and the Saloon Feature to end the night. So we'll hand over to Ivan and Stu, our super stock experts, and back with them very shortly.
Rightio, back again. It's like merry-go-rounds up here. Getting ready for super stocks for their third heat.
Yeah, at the moment, these guys will be pretty happy with where they're sitting. Alex Hill, the 95N, and 46B Quinn Ryan, back-to-back peering, sitting on 102 points. 156P Trent James, 4C Brado Lennon on 100. Simon Joblin, the 72P, 317C Jay Holtham on 99. We'll go back to 808C Scott Tennant, 5G Josh Prentice on 81. 62P Adam Joblin, 971C Jaden Ward 75. That's your top 5 points on the pairings individually. Trent James on 57, Quinn Ryan on 55, Scott Tennant 53, Jay Holtham 51, Asher Rees 51, Simon Joblin 48, James Thine 47, Alex Hill 47, Brad O'Lennon 43, Ethan Levine 43. That's your top 10.
And the funny, when we're going through those points, you mentioned names that haven't stood out during the races.
I was quite surprised when I said
Jaden Ward and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We haven't been picking them up. They've been in mid-pack sort of thing.
Asher Rees.
Yeah.
It's a name that I haven't really mentioned in commentary.
No. So.
Which is actually unusual as well for Asher Rees. So we look at our lineup for this race when they push the magic button.
Coming out.
So you see the 153C, that's the super sub for the 231. So it is the 153 that will start from pole with the 14C to outside.
Then we go into the 4C Braden Lennon with the 55 Matt Radcliffe on his outside.
Row 3, 9B Adam Groom and 94 Dale Stewart.
Then we go to the 999 Cam Rain. Then 808 Scott Tennant.
Row 5 Jaden Ward, the 971C and the 91 of Hippie Paul.
Then we go back to 1NZ Todd Hemingway with 7C Riley Evans.
Row 7 10C Mike Hislop, 62P Adam Joblin.
And then we go back to William Humphreys in the 94 Josh Prentice 5G.
Row 9 it's Brett Hislop in the 48P and the 156P Trent James.
Then we go back to the 52P of Scott Joblin and the 23C of Jake Berry.
Row 11, it's 44C Ollie Sutton, 126G Asher Rees.
Then we go to Jay Holtham in the 317C with Simon Joblin, the 72P.
Row 13, Quinn Ryan in the 46B, and to his outside, the 2NZ of Ethan Levine.
Then 19C, Malcolm Nato with the 95N, Alex Hill.
Row 15, it's the 3NZ Shane Harwood and the 23R of Kendall Ashton.
Then we have the 5W Keegan Levine with the 991 Harley Robb.
So we know that the 231 Kaylin Keith is out.
Yep.
And has been subbed in by the 153
Robin Wilson.
of Robin Wilson. Trent James down at the pit gate for the 3-minute bell.
He's been impressive tonight.
Oh yeah, young Trent's he's especially probably the last 2 years is really evolved.
Yep.
He won the World of Stocks and then finished second the following year in the World 240s. Qualified as a 16 or 17-year-old in the New Zealand Superstock Champs. So. And made his way into the Panthers. He's got a huge future. Just the only thing I think with these young drivers is you just don't burn them out too soon.
Yep.
Whilst Trent's great now and he's got a good future, we just got to look after that future as he goes too.
And that's what the Glen Eagles, second to the B Eagles and
Yeah.
the Nelson. We just did our deal. You got to blood those guys in. You put them in Palmy.
Yep.
You'll put them off.
Yeah, exactly right.
You'll get no growth.
Yeah.
The difference between individual racing and teams racing, country mile.
Definitely.
So as he just leaves the pit chute out by the pit gate there, 3-minute bell.
And the other thing with mini stocks these days, they're starting at 12 years old. You look at the likes of William Humphreys, Jaden Ward, Jay Holtham, Asher Rees. They've actually been racing 20 to 25 years.
Yeah.
Now, and they're only just in their 30s.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Randy T.
Yeah.
He's given up. He's doing something else. But how long's Randy been round?
Exactly. Exactly. So they bring them in, rack them up, get the grid sorted. Got another 12-lapper, our final 12-lapper of the night for the Superstocks.
Poor old Robin Wilson. Super sub in, off-grid one for your first race.
Yeah. Wow. How cool is that, though? I mean, obviously, we talked about it with the stock cars, but how cool is it that they come in, park their cars in the pits, and you could get the call up any moment.
Yep.
You're in.
Yep, exactly. So they're just lining them all up.
Of course, 3 more heats to run tomorrow night, plus the TWS shootout.
That's always great.
Do you still have the from the back rule?
So highest off the points can start off the front.
Yep.
Or take the challenge, start off the rear. If they win it, double points for their team, plus they get a handful of cash.
Yep.
Levine won it last year. I think it had jackpotted. It was 3 or 4 grand.
Yeah.
So, admittedly,
Wayne
Tim
and
Ross was leading that race and had a fuel issue and got passed on the last corner.
Wayne and Jordan had it sorted for years, didn't they? That was
buckets
brilliant.
Buckets of KFC going on there. Not the brown paper bags.
Yeah, that was great. And that's the type of stuff you love to see.
Exactly.
The crowd loved it.
The crowd loved it.
Yep.
Yeah, crowd absolutely loved it. So the last car's now coming in.
Yep, Daddy Keegs off the back.
Clerk of the course jumps in the Can-Am, gives us the signal. Heat 3, 2025, Battle of the Stocks. And we're away. Who's going to lead us in? James Stein on the outside. Robin Wilson's up the inside. Braden Lennon, he's going to shoot up the inside of Wilson as they come off turn 2.
Radcliffe gone well back. It looks like Ward's gone round there, the 971. Whoa,
It's gone red and people are getting fired in everywhere.
Cam Rain, 999, the 5G of Josh Prentice, the 62 of Adam Joblin, all amongst that one.
Down there, 44, Ollie Sutton, he's in there as well. As they were cooling red, there was a big pile up going into turn 3. 2 suck-it-up cars there, Matt Radcliffe.
Roger, right there, yes.
Todd Hemingway out of the bay. Sorry, out of Mount Maunganui. 1NZ machine. Happy Paul's tied up down there as well.
5 and 44, if you're hooked, do not move, and we will work out sorting it out.
Just hearing everything over the headphones.
I'm just trying to work. Sorry, it was the 317 of Jay Holtham that spun down the back straight there.
Yep.
So not who the we got tied up 971. over there? Is that So Josh Josh- Prentice is facing the wrong way with Adam Joblin. Yep. And Cam Rain Rain is in in the the wall wall there. They just instructed the 55 and who did you say was down there?
44.
44. Ollie Sutton, yeah. They've
Yep.
just instructed them to not
move or under red till they get instructed. I know that happened in one of the stock car races, and they had a chat to the driver.
Someone's climbed up Pepe Paul's car because half the body's ripped off and half the wing.
Half the wing.
So if we went red for the incident here with the 999,
Those two guys should be able to.
Yep.
Here's
Here
a
we
bit
go
of a
for the Pitch
replay.
TV replay. For those at home, Cam Rain to the outside there.
Just a big railroad. They went out wide. He's
Yeah, big
sideways.
push from Hippie Paul there. That's where the body and the wing's
Oh,
gone.
he got up good.
Riley Evans stuck in there as well. The
Yeah.
7C managed to fire up.
Then we come down the other end, and just as the reds come on, you're watching.
55 only. 55. On my mark, you may reverse up to free yourself. 3, 2, 1, go.
So they're just trying to.
Stop. Well done.
Repositioning things.
So does that mean the 44?
Well, who was the red? The red come on for Cam Rain, didn't it?
Yeah.
So even though those guys were in the, so they should still get. You should see it now. They all come.
Look at Brad
barreling.
O'Lennon getting into the
Bounce.
side of
Yeah.
Dale Stewart there. I was kind of hoping they'd let just fire on the greens. Okay, so the 44's been towed off. I was going to say, I was hoping they'd fire the greens on and let the 44 and 55 sort it under green, but obviously the 44's got problems.
Yeah.
The 55 just going to reposition once we go green. Matt will be parked back in the right spot.
And they're busy hooking up the 999 down in turn 2 at the same time.
5G and 62P. When instructed, I'm going to give you the chance to separate yourself, and then what we'll do is put you back bumper to bumper the way you're doing, untangled. I just need to wait until everybody is out the way first.
I don't think they're actually stuck together.
No, I think, yeah. It'll be interesting. We'll find out in half a second.
I wonder if the camera shot can zoom in there, because
It just looks like they're bumper to bumper.
yeah, they are just look like they're just bumper to bumper.
So it's not going to take much to reverse out.
5G and 62P on my mark.
Oh, the bumper is over the
Yeah.
top.
A bit of time
Yeah,
to
yeah.
try and untangle yourself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, okay. Right, we were wrong, Ivan.
It looked like they were just touching. They're separated.
Well done. Well done. Now I want you back where you were, bumper to bumper.
So we'll get those two sorted out. I think we've got.
I like how so they've been told to park back how they were, bumper to bumper.
I'll just put my bumper on that bumper. That'll do.
And they're just just play on.
Yeah. Oh, so Malcolm Narsai's got.
You guys can stay the way you are. I am happy with that.
That's good. That bumper to bumper.
I was going to say that's good. I think the drivers are saying, well, tough, that's what we're going to do.
So what are we? We're not even a lap
No,
down.
we're not,
just
we're
over
not.
one lap down. Well,
I have to admit, and I heard them say before about the ref, it sounds like they're actually having fun next door.
right. So everything looks like we're just about sorted.
Well, Melk's not having the greatest of nights, is he?
No. So everybody's parked up on the infield.
James Thine, the 14C, is your race leader. We've got Jaden Warden behind, Scott Tennant, the 808, and 1NZ of Todd Hemingway.
And we've gone green. James Sign gets us through turns 1 and 2. The rest of the field come past us, down past the front straight. But our race leader at this stage, going down the back straight. James Sign going into turns 1 and 2. Some are going low, some are going high. Sign. Then we go back to Ward, Hemingway, Tennant, Lennon. And behind those guys, Quinn Ryan's coming in there. We've got a 2-lane racetrack at the moment. If you don't go high and run over those ruts, you'll get a tyre flat. Another lap racks off. James Stein goes past us again, as does Hemingway and Ward, sitting in those spots.
Oh, we got one up there. That's Josh Berry, stuck on the 48 of Brett Hislop.
Manages to get himself away. So they're going through it again. Robin Wilson goes out wide. Berry's out wide as well. Simon Joblin a wee bit squirrely coming off too. James Stein about to get up the inside of the back markers as they go into turns 1 and 2. Todd Hemingway. Sorry, Jaden Ward sitting in that second spot. Then we go back to Scott Tennant, moved up a spot on Hemingway. Hemingway's just sitting in behind him. Then we go back to Stewart in the 94. The 23 car's pulled in right flat by the look of it. Asher Rees has moved up in front of Braden Lennon. Then we go back to William Humphreys. In behind Humphreys we've got Trent James. Then we go back to the 3NZ of Shane Harwood. In behind Harwood we've got 95 of Alex Hill. Then we go back to Keegan Levine, Harley Robb, Simon Joblin. But the race leader going past us. We're 6 laps down. James Stein still leading us at this stage. As they come through, 91 Hippie Pool, his car looks a bit second hand.
Tennant with the big move there on Jaden Ward, just throws him offline. Hemingway's getting amongst it now too.
Tennant's tightened it up, he's sitting down on that low line, trying to get up the inside of Hemingway as they go into 3 and 4, but a bumper's going to be used here. Tennant's down low. James Stein goes past us again, Jaden Ward. Hemingway's given the 62 a bit of a push as they go into the corner. Hemingway's just shot up the inside of Joblin there. Then we go back to Tennant, sitting in that 4th spot. Asher Rees, he's moved up in there as well. Dale Stewart. Then we go back to Quinn Ryan. Trent James. Shane Harwood's moved up on Lennon. Adam Groom's pulled to the infield. Here goes Tennant up the inside, 3 wide coming off 2. Hemingway's on the outside, Joblin was in the middle. Into 3 and 4. Summer sitting down real low. James Stein racks another lap off. Ward's still sitting in second. There's a lap traffic's coming into it. Tennant, he's shooting up the inside. Hemingway's forcing his way on the outside. These two are battling it out. Hemingway back up the outside. Tennant's going to shoot up the inside. Here comes Asher Rees coming into the picture as well. White flag for James Stein. Then we go Jaden Ward, Tennant, Hemingway, Rees. Then we'll go back to Stewart.
Oh, Tennant with a huge hit in the rut gets Hislop. And Tennant's come to a stop.
So the race leader, James Stein's coming out of turn 4. Will Tennant get it going? The race win goes to James Stein. Then we go back to Ward. Then it'll be Asher Rees, Hemingway, Stewart, Quinn Ryan, Trent James, Shane Harwood, Hill, Humphreys.
Wow, Scott Tennant just hit the rise, fired up now. James Stein takes the win, the 14C from the 971 Jaden Ward, 126G. Asher Rees, he's found his way into 3rd, 1NZ of Hemingway in 4th. Dale Stewart finally finishes up in 5th. We got the 46B of Quinn Ryan in 6th, 156P Trent James in 7th, 3NZ of Shane Harwood in 8th, the 95N of Alex Hill in 9th, and rounding that top 10, the 94P William Humphreys.
Then we go back to Braden Lennon in 11th, 72P Simon Joblin. Then we go to the 2NZ Ethan Levine, 991C Harley Robb, 317C Jay Holtham, Scott Tennant. They've got there at 16th, but then we go back to the Josh Prenderson 5G, 153 Robin Wilson. Then we go 10C Mike Hislop, 20th spot, 23R Kendall Ashton.
Yeah, back to Adam Joblin, that 62P in 21st. Matt Radcliffe, 55 in 22nd. 23rd goes to the 7C of Riley Evans. 24th, Happy Paul in the 91. 48P, Brett Hislop in 25th. 9B, Adam Groom. I think he was out of that one. 5W, Keegan Levine down there as well. Jake Berry, Cam Rain, Ollie Sutton, and Malcolm Nartai. But I'll tell you what, Scott Tennant was sitting in 3rd right up to that last lap. He clipped that rut and it just fired him straight into Brett Hislop, straight into the wall. and that's obviously done some front-end damage to Scott Tennant's car.
It's a shame because Scotty T, he was flying in that race.
And he was sitting third overall on the individual points, and like I say, third on track as well. He was paired up with Josh Prentice, who got, of course, tangled in there with Adam Joblin, so not the best of run for that pairing, but we'll have some points for those to dish out. I tell you what, I've been noticing, head to the Woodford Glen Speedway Facebook page, because whoever's on the job doing that tonight, great work. Points updated after every lot of championship races.
Yeah, so Claire Sangster, who was one of our lap scorers for over 30 odd years, she's all over the points. So good race win there for the 14C of James Stein, taking that one there. Sponsored by Transform Graphics, Panel and Paint.
This is what I come to Speedway to see, a double towie.
A double
towie, that's my favourite part of Speedway. And I tell you what, still a couple more races to go, then we're back here tomorrow night, 3 more Super Stock heats, 3 more Stock Car heats, and of course, add in those shootouts as well. 8 epic races to come tomorrow night.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a great night. Keep an eye on our Facebook page for all our weather information and racing details will be on our Facebook page. So we will be pushing on and we will be racing.
Under yellow, keep your speed down, please. We've got vehicles on the track in turn 3.
So back on the track with, we've got Bianca down in the pits.
Holy smoke, James Stein, you can pedal a car, mate. That was awesome to watch. This track just seems to be getting better and better as the night goes on.
Yeah, she's pretty rough out there, but you just make do with, everyone's on the same track, so we just drive like hell and see how it goes.
You were really lucky to get some clean air in there because, by golly, there was a lot going on behind you. Could you feel everybody chasing you down?
Yeah, definitely that first lap I looked back and saw the carnage unfolding and I was like, that'll give me a bit of time. So, and I knew Josh had a crap start, but he was hissing, so slotting behind him and we were away.
Yeah, talk us through the track because, there was a couple of obvious ruts opening up, but it just seems to have kind of cleared itself off and everyone's just quite happy doing circulating at the minute.
Yeah, I think now that we've had 3 races on it, you know what you're in for. Everyone's racing on the same thing, so you just try and find your best way to avoid as much as you can while still being fast. So, everyone's on the same track and just try our best, really.
You really did stand out in that race, James, particularly because there are such good names here that you're racing with. So congratulations. That was an absolutely stellar win.
No, thank you. Thanks heaps to my sponsors, Glenn Leach as well for the setup. All the sponsors on the car. I'm not going to try and name you because I don't want to forget anyone. But thank you so much. And, yeah, hopefully, I don't know how Pierre went in that one, but hopefully we're still up there.
Stu's going to update us shortly, so I'll come back and let you know. But congratulations again. Much respect to you, James.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Cheers.
All right, so here's our youth mini stocks for their 4th heat of the night. I can tell you that leading the points, I think they're just running an individual points competition tonight, and leading the points is the visiting car, the 18P of Aidan Waihi on 68 points. 3 back to the 93C car of Clayton Hawke on 65. And then we go back 7 points to Connor Turner in the 15C car. Josh Lovell from Nelson in the 99N car. Dylan Johnson in the 77 car. Lockie Martin in the 48 from Nelson. Jack Anderton in the 88. So those are your top 7 in the youth mini stock. I hesitate to call it a championship, but competition that they're running tonight.
Yeah, we know my thoughts on championships for youth mini stock. So,
Yeah, exactly.
And I own one. So
yeah. So keep an eye on Aidan Waihi in the 18P car. Where's he starting this particular race?
Of you who needs to, and we should have a good race.
And also the second place car, Clayton Hawke in the 93, and Connor Turner in the 15. They're all near the back, I think.
I'm not seeing our 18P visitor. Either that or the...
Lights are out. Watch the green light.
I suspect they've been running this weird 4-heat format. I think that's why it is. So he's not out in this heat. So it'll be the cars that are lower down on points who will be racing in this last heat, because they've only done 2 of their 3 heats that they're running. It's that old 4-heat conundrum that afflicts New Zealand Speedway, you might say. But anyway, away we go with Zoe Bland in the 31 car and the 14 machine there of Ollie Stephen off the front. Danica Pickles in the 12 car, the 59, that's, which one's that? That's Marcel Verlandren, 59 and 50. Oh, we've got one into the, not quite into the wall, but into the rut there and almost round. That was the 14 car. The 89's come through strong as well. And it's Zoe Bland and the 59 of Marcel Verlandren jinking it out at the front of the field. The 14 machine, Ollie Stephen looking particularly racy there, trying to get past Ava Osborne in the 16 car. Back out after that issue earlier in the night. And Verlandren has got to the front and is starting to build a bit of a lead. But a contact there between Osborne and the 89 machine of Lucas Smith. But coming out of Enviro Waste, bouncing out of Enviro Waste into the wall, a couple of them, particularly there the 48N car, Lockie Martin. Coming past the Value Cars Warehouse Grandstand now into Enviro Waste turn. Back onto the front straight. It's the 59 car of Marcel Verlandren. Starting to run away with this race. Zoe Bland holding on to second place, but the 14 car approaching rapidly, you'd have to say, and with only half the race distance gone, chances of 14 getting past soon, I think, are fairly high. Quite a way back to the 57 machine there. That's Theo Verlandren. Another car off the wall coming out of turn 4. That's Ava Osborne in the 16. That looks to have slowed her up quite a bit. I think there's an issue there. Yes, she's come to a halt on the front straight just past the start finish. So I think we will go red shortly. And that barring in the background was not a Corridale down the corridor. It was the referee calling red.
As we're going to just duck down to the pits while we have a wee breather in the race. Bianca.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with Scott Tennant. I mean, I love my job, but I hate doing this when it all turns custard. Scott, you were going great guns in that third race, and then all of a sudden you came to a screaming halt. Can you tell us what's happened?
Yeah, looks like we've had a brake failure, shooting into one on the white flag, and the whole right front's collapsed. So, and they're just bringing this all to the wall. It's real weird. It happened so fast. So yeah, I didn't even mean to try and. I think it might have been his lob. I didn't actually mean to hit him, or as you see for the car, there's a bit of damage and stuff like that. So we've had a bit of a brake failure, which has cost us. I don't think I couldn't even drive off after I finally got going. So that's the way it goes sometimes.
We were all quite perplexed because, like you say, you came to a sudden halt, and if our cameraman can get in there and actually show us what's happened, it's like is that the brake? Yeah. You talk us through it, Scott.
This is what's left of my brake. That's a bit hot, so I'll drop that there. But no, it's not too bad, to be honest. It should actually be working more than that, so here's another problem we've got. But I I'm not too sure actually what happened or what caused the failure. Maybe a bit of the rough track and stuff like that, or maybe a bit of leftover damage from teams. But that's the way it goes sometimes.
Either way, I'm sure that your crew are going to be in there and be able to get it fixed. We really do hope that you can make it through to back tomorrow, because you're a hometown hero here, Scott. So we've got to have you back at all costs.
Yep, 100%. Now we'll be out there back again. And obviously, whoever I didn't actually mean to, like it's stock cars, but there's a bit of damage, but we'll get it fixed. No sweat.
Absolutely. There was a lot happening in that race, to be fair. I think everybody was a little bit of everywhere. So well done. Can't wait to see what you can do tomorrow.
Yep, no sweat. Cheers, team.
Cheers. Thank you.
3, 2, 1, green.
And away we go again with a very neatly timed interview there, Bianca. Well done. You got it finished just as the race was starting out on the track. So Marcel Vlanderen in that 59 car down the back straight, still leading from Zoe Bland in the 31 and the 14 of Ollie Stephen. The rest of the pack quite tightly bunched there, some of them moving out towards the wall, I suspect somewhat involuntarily. Paige McNally in the 112, Jack Anderton's in the mix there as well, a couple of the Nelson cars too. But out front, seemingly all on his own, getting the job done, Marcel Vlanderen. The car bouncing around, something chronic there out of turn 4. There's a particular line that if you get on it in a mini stock, you are going for a wild ride. And if you can avoid it, it's actually quite a lot quicker and the power stays down. Unfortunately, that time round, Marcel hit the line bang on. Let's see how he goes this time round as he comes through. Bit better that time, and it was the car following him, the 14 car, that was almost upended itself. But we're on the white flag lap now, with Ollie Stephen having made his way through to second place. But the way that car's moving around on the track, I wouldn't put it past Zoe Bland to get the pass done on the last corner. Marcel comes out of turn 4. He's going to win the race and pick up the checkered flag now. Ollie Stephen holds on to second place, and Zoe Bland holds through for third. So that was our youth mini stocks. We'll let you know, I'm sure, the results for their championship competition event, whatever it is they're running tonight, will be on the Woodford Glen Facebook page at some point.
As we look at how that finished, Vlanderen, Marcel variety, taking away the race win with Ollie Stephen, Zoe Bland, Jack Anderson, Paige McNally, Lucas Smith, Tyler Fitzsimmons, Lockie Martin, the first of our visitors, but he's joined with Leah Jeffcoat, and Jackson Dacomb took out the top 10. And they're getting scaled too, as we hear.
Yeah.
Now we have our Saloons next. They'll have a feature race, and that'll be the end of our night. And as we look at where we're at the moment, Bianca, do you have someone down there?
Yeah, I'm down here with Scott Joblin. Scott Joblin, you have come a long way, not just from the North Island, but from Perth to be here to race tonight. Unfortunately, you didn't make it through to your third and final race, though. Can you tell us what's happened?
We just got a little bit of engine trouble. It's not major, but it's not worth wrecking it for any more races, so we're going to leave it parked up.
Yeah, absolutely. Better to be safe than sorry, I guess. It probably started when you were bullying your brother in that second race, though.
Not sure about that. But yeah, no, we had a good battle there, and yeah, it was a handful. The track everyone was going through it and that, but it was good. But yeah, unfortunately, that's just what happens sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a sport we love, but when it's bad, it's bad. Scott, can you tell us, do you think you'll be able to come out and race tomorrow?
Probably not with this. We might just go and sit in the stands maybe, or help the boys, but it's not looking like it. But we'll have a look tomorrow and see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. You never know what's going to happen overnight, right? Hopefully might not be as bad as what it is. But thanks for coming, Scott, and I appreciate your words. I'm sorry that it hasn't worked out quite as well as what we wanted.
Yeah, no, that's right. We love the meeting, good and bad, so it's just what we do it for, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, wish Boston luck from everybody here. He's about to get on the dummy grid over in Perth.
Yeah, no, they're ready to go, so good luck to the New Zealand team and all the Aussie guys over there, so it should be good.
Yeah, absolutely. Cheers. Thanks for your words, Scott. Thank you.
Scott Joblin down in the pits there. So last race of the night for the Friday night of the Suck It Up Battle of the Stocks for this year. It's the Saloon Feature. And one Super Saloon still part of the field. Sam Waddell taking every opportunity to dial in that 1NZ car.
You know that Ryan just about wants to monster him, don't you?
Oh, look, every single race Ryan has been racing him, racing the 1NZ Super Saloon. And, well, you wouldn't expect him to win the battle, and he hasn't, but he's given it a damn fine go.
Yes, he is. I mean, it is former 1NZ Saloon next to a current 1NZ Super Saloon.
Yeah. And I'd have to say, the Ryan Marston's finished ahead of Ashton Osborne pretty much most of the night as well. And that's been a contest that's been quite keen over recent months here at Woodford Glen.
Well, the biggest issue that we've had with the Saloons between these guys is that Ryan lunged an engine. He didn't just blow it; he disintegrated it, and he did it a week or two out from the New Zealand title. So that whole championship season hasn't existed for Ryan Marston. So he's just about hitting his strides that we would have expected a week out from the title. Unfortunately, it's at the wrong end of the season.
So lights are out, 15 laps for the Saloon Feature to finish the night here at the Suck It Up Battle of the Stocks at Koken Woodford Glen. We rev up and away we go. And the 1NZ car just gets his nose in front. Round the outside comes Ryan Marston. He's keeping his foot up, as is Matt Peterson going with him. Osborne drops back to 4th place. Fisher comes through past the 7 of Scott Woodhouse to take over 5th place. And coming out of onto the front straight again for the first time to tick off the first lap, Sam Waddell has a narrow lead over the 54 of Marston. Peterson in 2nd place. We go back to Osborne, who's got a very fast exit out of turn 2 there. He has to pull out of it, I think. And the Fisher car towed along with him. We've got a battle between Mackenzie and Woodhouse there. We've got the 22 car, suitably repaired, but unfortunately spins up in exactly the same place as it did in the previous race. He's kept it going though, so the lights will stay green. Waddell just a little bit gingerly through 3 and 4 there. You get the feeling he's just feathering the throttle a little bit, just trying to pick his line between the ridges and the track. And Marston a little less cautious, just throwing the car in and trusting that it'll keep pointing in the right direction. Side-by-side action for 3rd place between Peterson and Osborne. Osborne on the high line round the outside, Peterson lower down. Looks as though Osborne's got a little bit more grunt, a little bit more go forward there as he takes over 3rd place on his own. Sam Waddell not getting away from Ryan Marston in this race. The gap's healthy enough, I don't think he's going to be embarrassed, but Marston absolutely throwing the kitchen sink and everything at him, and we're seeing some pretty quick laps there. Ryan Marston, doing about a 19.2, 19.1 as a lap time, which is pretty quick for a saloon this time of the night on a track that is unforgiving. So Sam Waddell down the back straight past the Value Cars Warehouse grandstand through Envirowaste turn, leading Ryan Marston, who in turn is a few car lengths ahead of Ashton Osborne, the 3NZ. We go back a few more car lengths to Matt Peterson, Brendan Fisher, and then quite a long way back to the rest of the pack who are battling it out for the minor places. Sam Waddell coming up on the back of the 22 car of McClimate. He's going to have to be a little bit careful how he approaches McClimate. McClimate's running a very midline on the track, and his car's moving around a fair bit. So Waddell is not going to want to dent the car that he's borrowing for the night. The gap opens low for Waddell, and I think he'll use the power down the straight. You have to say there's a fair bit of grunt in that 22 car in a straight line.
Oh, I think Waddell's just backing out of it, to be honest.
This time Waddell alongside him should have more entry speed into 3 and 4, should get the pass done there as McClimate stays out high, gives him some room, and the pass done cleanly. 10 laps down, 5 to go. Osborne has managed to gap Peterson as Marston has pulled off. Hope he hasn't lunched another engine. as that North End Motors car makes its way to the middle of the infield. So the leading saloon on the track now is Ashton Osborne, the 3NZ. He's a good few car lengths ahead of Matt Peterson in the 433. Yet to have to try and lap Dougal McClymont, and with just 3.5 laps to go, I'm not sure if they'll even need to. Sam Waddell is the lead car on the track, coming up on the back of the 71 of Billy Woodhouse, driving Dad's car tonight. Osborne now alongside the 22 of McClymont. Hasn't quite got the power to push past in the way that Sam Waddell did. But again, McClymont generous, running high, opening the low line for Osborne to get past. It's allowing Peterson to close up a little bit on Osborne, but with just 1.5 laps to go, I think it's too little too late for Matt Peterson. Waddell manages to put a pass on Billy Woodhouse and the 48 car of Stan McKenzie. The 84 car has pulled out to the wall on turn 2 and come to a halt, which will probably bring the race to a premature end, I would think.
Yep.
Checkered waves for Waddell. First saloon home is Ashton Osborne in the 3NZ. We go yellow at this point because of the stricken car on the wall. I think the race will be called. I don't think the rest of the lap will be needed. And I would say that is probably our night's racing done.
It is. We get to go home and come back tomorrow. So I guess the biggest thing is stay tuned as we look at the results. Waddell taking the win, followed by Osborne, Peterson, Fisher, Woodhouse. And really after that one there, I think Stan McKenzie parked up on the back straight there. So yes, as we head through to tomorrow, Tony, there is a little bit of precipitation planned.
Well, the track will get ripped up tonight. There'll be some rain in the morning, and then the decision will be made around the middle of the day once that rain clears as to how raceable the track is. I'd be reasonably confident that we're not going to see so much rain that it'll be a problem. I'd say there's a pretty good chance we'll be back here racing tomorrow night. But keep an eye on the Facebook page, the Woodford Glen page, the Pits TV page will keep you updated as to how things progress.
And if you have a super saloon, bring spare panels and mud scrapers because you will be track packing.
Yep.
And we'll be back tomorrow night with all of us. So on behalf of Stu Russell, Ivan McPhail and Tony T, good night from us up here as we head down to see Bianca in the pits.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks, guys. I hope everyone who has tuned in has enjoyed the racing tonight. Not a lot of action, to be fair, but some amazing racing. So I nearly dropped a cuss word there, but listen, I can absolutely guarantee you that the crews up and down pit lane are going to be working overtime tonight to get these cars fixed. This has been an absolute car killer this weekend so far, but listen, join us again tomorrow night, same time, same place, and we'll be racing for night 2. Thanks everybody.